Hello everybody, and welcome to another league event, another Sankei Shimbun Cup week here on the WRC official YouTube channel, presented by SPMNorth and WRC. We have a few special guests today. Not the most celebratory occasion, but a very important occasion nonetheless. So we are joined by both presidents. We have Gemma Sakamoto, the president of WRC. Hi, Gemma. And we have David Bresnik, the president of the USPML, here today.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Yes. I mean, you say it's not celebratory, but I'd like to think that we're going to take a few moments before we start the broadcast and you get into the Mahjong to celebrate one of the most amazing contributors to the Mahjong industry, the Mahjong community. So we sadly received news yesterday that Michiko Pro from the Japan Professional Mahjong League had passed away some days prior. Some of the viewers, some of the non-Japanese folk will have been aware of him, some won't. If you won't, he was a legend, and I think those of you who are aware of him will agree that he was a complete legend. And if you've been following the Japanese Mahjong community, perhaps on Twitter or elsewhere, you've probably witnessed this very rare moment of real emotion. It's blindsided a lot of us. I think a lot of us are sharing the feeling of loss, partly because he was so intertwined in so many of our journeys. He was there for the beginning of my pro journey. He was one of my mentors in E-League. And yeah, so, if you hadn't met him, I was to describe him one way, it'd be joyful. He was joyful about Mahjong in a way that was so remarkable amongst a sea of very serious competitive faces. He was always smiling, and it was a beautiful smile. It was infectious joy. So I always loved being in classes with him. He was just so animated about the game. But yeah, as you can tell, he left quite an impression on me. Even though I probably didn't interact with him in as many ways as a lot of the others did. So we have a short message from Jen and Garth, who can probably articulate it even better than myself. So I will hand back over the tips, the video.
That's right. Jen and Garth, the JPML English representatives here, who also essentially grew up, at least Mahjong-wise. Their journey started and continued with Mr. Maehara, and so I'm sure they'll have a lot of poignant things to say as we take a look at their video.
Try not to get all emotional here.
You should get emotional, that's good.
So yeah, we lost another giant in the world of Mahjong, and it's one of those things lately, like...
So, on October 12th, Yudai Maehara passed away. It sounds like Sato Sasaki was with him at his house when it happened. He was sick for a very long time. And even then, he was still masked up, oxygen tank, and still teaching young new pros.
All the people have been around forever, and you lose them. I don't know what to say. Didn't expect I'd be this emotional about it, but yeah, he's been there since we started my whole Mahjong journey.
Yeah.
And now he's not there anymore.
He taught us for a long time.
Yeah, so I mean, it's one of the most special just Mahjong times in my life. I would imagine yours too. We got to study with, a lot of the greats, and he was certainly one of them. And I admit, man, a lot of times I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy. But I mean, those are the people that you probably learn more from than people who say, oh yeah, whatever you did is right there. He made me definitely think a lot harder about why I did things, why I made this move, why I didn't make that move. I remember when I threw East to Makino, that little in Masters, to basically lose the whole tournament by throwing Kokushi to him in the second game. Final table. And I was like, yeah, all right, sure, it seemed kind of dangerous. And his instant response was like, well, why'd you throw it if it seemed kind of dangerous? Like, well, oh, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I guess I could have thought of that.
I think you can just truly say that he loved Mahjong. He was teaching a lot, but when he heard like a new strategy from a young pro, I mean, probably mostly Sato, but he was always just so interested. Like, I remember, that's
I remember
exactly
that.
how, he would, that's exactly how he would react to it.
Yeah, I do feel like he was one of the players that like was still open, was always kind of like still on the journey. Like, I haven't reached my Mahjong destination yet. Like, I could still hear some other new ideas and maybe incorporate into my play.
And one of the only pros who would just like smile with joy and raise his arms in triumph in the picture when he won a tournament.
Oh wow, I can remember that.
I think
yes.
we
need to share for more of that.
That was one thing that Garth and I always talked about. We talked about it on the podcast. Whenever he won, he was just, I'm the champion. And looked so joyful. It wasn't just another tournament. Every win was just meant a lot to him. One of the first M-Leaguers, Mahjong Fight Club team with Hisato, they were like a set. It was, they were going to be drafted together, and that was how it was. And he was, and then he made way for younger pros to take over in M-League. He joins now the greats. I don't know. Maybe they're up there. Who knows? It's really Otsukare-sama. He was not just there at our beginning. He was there when JPML started.
The beginning.
And JPML was started in the 80s. And, this is going to happen. Mahjong is not an old industry. It's a young industry, and that's why we're having to see our greats just start to go very recently. Takeo Kojima about 7 years ago. Bobby last year. A few others very recently. But sad news, very sad news.
Yes.
And we'll miss him.
He will be missed, for sure. Created a presence that could not be, you just could not ignore him.
Many of the pros that you'll watch in Sankei Shimbun Cup were trained by Maehara, were introduced to their first guest jobs by Maehara. And he was a huge supporter of the World Reach Championship. He attended all the ones that he could, I think, as far as his health would allow. Maehara-san, otsukare-sama deshita.
Otsukare-sama deshita. Thank you.
That was Jen and Garth of the JPML with their condolences and, as Gemma mentioned, their celebrations of his life as well. The reminiscence of all the influence that he had, not just in JPML, but to the people he spoke with, the camaraderie he had with the Demon King of Mahjong, Sasaki himself.
Very much otsukare-sama deshita, but yeah. Oh, everyone spoke so well of him. all the time. So luckily, this is not one of those times when you save all the compliments for the end. He's always been a true champion of the game. So yeah, I will miss him. But luckily, I have lots of very fond memories that I will hold on to. But yes, thank you for giving us this moment to sort of memorialize him. I'm sure everyone's keen to get back onto Mahjong, and I know my Ohata Pro would have wanted you to move on and start and keep Mahjong going, keep the community growing and raising the standards. So thank you very much.
Well, of course, we appreciate you and Dave taking time out of your busy days, different time zones, in order to come here and say a few words in memoriam of this legendary pro player, Mr. Maihara. As you mentioned, he would have loved to see more Mahjong continue. So this is indeed the second half of the 6th session of the Sankei Shimbun Cup today. From all of us at the WRC channel, this session will be dedicated to him. In addition to Gemma and Dave, we also have our regular commentary crew here. I am Tipzntrix, and I am joined by Chiral here. Hi Chiral, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. We will also be hearing from Corak later on today.
That's right.
So look forward to that. But yeah, exactly as Jen was saying, yeah, I didn't know them personally, but it does sound like the impression, the ripples that have come out have made a huge difference, I think, in the community. But yeah, I suppose let's get to the Sankei Shimbun Cup today.
That's right.
We can start with our sponsors, as usual, I suppose. We are sponsored by WRC and SPMNorth. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York Mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultimate, and Rex 3 order tables. Our other sponsor is, of course, WRC, the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious international Mahjong tournament in the world. It's held once every 3 years, the next of which will be in New York in 2028. But now we know our sponsors, and thank you very much for helping the channel out. Let's talk about the Sankei Shimbun Cup. We have 2 leagues, the Seto League in Tokyo and the Orb League in Western Japan. In Tokyo, we have 60 teams this season, playing in 15 groups of 4. Each group battles the other 3 teams in their group over 10 sessions, and the top teams from each group and the top individual players will advance to 2 different final tournaments. The Orb League has 5 groups and sits in different locations. Their games are more spread out, and each region has their own schedule. WRC have also sponsored a team this season. They're made up of an entirely international roster. We have Gemma, who we heard from just now, as our captain in the UK, while Jen, who we also heard from just now in the video, is playing from the US. We have Mio Nishida from South Korea and Yumi Uotani from Japan as the team's players. I believe we're still in first place going into the session 6, I believe.
We do have the results coming up at the end of the stream, so we will be able to let you know exactly where WRC lands.
I think we started with like a 10-11 point lead
right
into this group, but
it was
you're
very
have to stay
close.
tuned to find out how it's shaken up at the end then. All right. Well, I'm cheering for Team WRC. I'm always cheering for Team WRC. But today, we'll be watching, I believe, Group 14.
That's correct.
For Game 1, representing Team Sapporo Mahjong Lovers from SPM, we have Uika Seto. Representing Team Mappi from NPM, we have now Arisawa in the south seat. In the west seat, representing Team Kamikaze from SPM, we have Erina Tokuoka. And finally, representing Team Suzaku from RMU, in the north seat, we have Arisa Aragaki. I suppose it's time to look at our scores, and wow. We've seen scores where have been very, very, very close before. I haven't seen a team with about 200-point lead. That's very interesting to go into the halfway mark of this qualifier. Obviously, you want to be top team to make it through the next round. And it's going to be a bit of a task for everyone else, isn't it? Especially for Team Kamikaze. they can always make something happen, right? We're only halfway through the event, so all you need to do is do as well as Sapporo Mahjong of us did in the first half to get into that first place again. But yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing how the teams play. Will we see more aggressive play from Team Kamikaze? Now they've got like more of a lead to try and recover. I'm going to be paying attention to that, I think. But yeah, I suppose we should get right to it, right?
I would say Team Mappi and Suzaku need to make their move now. Kamikaze is just going to be very difficult because the league format is in a way where you need to get first place in your group to move along. There will be a couple of wild cards, but it's very hard to rely on them. But that being said, the first game begins now. Good luck, everyone.
How aggressive it's worth, right? Because it's worth going for that first place bonus. One thing to keep in mind going into these matches is that there is a 5,000 point Oka. Everyone puts 5,000 points into the pot at the start of the game, so we start at 25,000 instead of 30,000. And the 20,000 point pot does go to the winner. So huge bonus for getting first, as you're saying. Do I spot a Team WRC member? I don't actually.
I didn't catch any there. Took my look around. I believe Jen told us that it would be the legendary Uotani at the studio today.
If you're looking for I always like to play spot Team WRC. Wow, what is this start? This looks very, very sorted already. And maybe not a huge amount of value, although the Dora is the 7 of dots, and we can make 7, 8, 9 dots. So there's definitely a way we can get extra value here. My tips.
Yes.
This is maybe a bit of a spicy question, but would you have kept the 8 of characters there?
I like an 8 of characters hold there, but I think she really wants the Dora. So no, I'm probably also discarding the 8 of characters as well.
Okay. I always look at hands and I go, how can I make Sanchoku with this? I'm like, 7, 8, 9, we can do it. It can happen.
I think it's easier to draw the Dora and connect it. Oh, you mean keep the 9 pin as well as the 8?
I might have cut the 2 mon first, maybe. It's a little bit less efficient, but what if the next draw was 7 mon?
I think the efficiency loss is just too much there.
That's fair.
For me to go for that.
Speaking of, though, looking at Aragaki's hand,
yes,
potential Itsu, although I think 2 pin is our pair, so maybe we'll just have to sell for Pinfu. But it's still very exciting. And has, I believe, a 7 pin Dora.
Tokuoka's hand here is also starting to come together, but definitely Aragaki seems to have highest potential value in the hand with that Dora already there, and as you mentioned, the full straight, the Itsu on the way. Of course, she's missing her pair if she goes for a full straight, because her pair is inside that 1 to 9, so it's not that likely that she gets it, but she still has a Dora and a very nicely shaped hand.
Yeah, definitely could even get the all simples if she's lucky enough to draw the 6, 7, 8 of bamboo instead of the okay.
Yep, that's what she's going for. The full straight has been given up on.
You know what? It's not too bad though. It's only 2 hand closed. If you can get it all inside as well instead, you're going from a maybe 2 hand to a guaranteed 1 hand. So there's definitely a lot of flexibility.
Ooh, straight backfire. Unfortunate.
And we would have had the pair had we cut the 8. I'll tell you who hasn't backfired though. That would be our dealer. Pairweight on the west, and I believe the 9 of bamboo.
That's right. Seto's Riichi here is not the easiest weight to finagle, not the easiest weight to get, but it's not the hardest either. I don't see much value on it, but that's what Riichi is for, to make surprise value. We are playing with all the extra Dora, the Kandora, the Uradora, so Riichi is at full force in this league, as it has been for years.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, we do see where both of the 9 of Bamboo are, so that's not going to be played by anyone, but I think the West is still live.
Yep, that
So
does
two
leave
tiles out there.
one glorious winning tile for our dealer here, Seto.
Yeah, Aragaki is still keeping the attack going.
She's holding on.
Saw that 6, got a little bit scared perhaps, but it is safe. That does also trail the Suji.
Oh, there goes the 9 though. There it is. Safest tile she had.
So, the power of reach, as you were saying.
Yep, just a little bit.
Sometimes reach can feel like a low-scoring move if it's just reach only, but the power of flipping the Iridora, power of maybe getting Ipatsu, I think the odds of, was it 1.6 Han? I think is what people calculate reach to be.
Yeah, about 1.5, I think. If you if you don't add sumo to it, just Uridora and Ipatsu, it's about 1.5 Han. I don't remember the exact number. So it was worth 2 Han. There you go.
Yeah, I always like to say reach only especially if you're a dealer, especially if you're first to Tenpai, it's almost always the EV move.
Right.
Almost always. There are exceptions, and maybe we'll get to one of those if it happens in this game. But this is actually very interesting stuff from everyone here. What is this? Itsu again. Just using the 8 of
Let's see if she keeps it this time. She might actually be able to make a half flush, a Honitsu on top of it, to really extract some value out of this hand. 4-mon is the Dora, so the Dora is here for Tokuoka, but not in the half flush for Aragaki. She is keeping that 5-mon though, just in case she draws Dora. Maybe a backup plan to just do a full straight, the Itsu, and connect it with Dora.
Also, I know it's a bit of a meme, but we're talking about Sanshoku. We have the 5 and the 4 in the other 2 suits we're not using. Maybe. Okay, maybe not anymore. It's always worth thinking about though, right? What if I draw a 6? And then I draw a 6 in the other suit? What do I do then? You know?
Sanshoku, or the mixed triple run, the mixed triple sequence, is definitely one of the Yaku that you need to look for a lot when you're getting into that intermediary stage. The ability to see it. It's not easy to see sometimes.
Yeah, it's something you don't always get. In fact, oftentimes when you look for it, you're not going to find it. But the one time you didn't look and you miss it, it's going to be the saddest thing. Like this hand, for example, we've got the 2, 3, 4 potentially in all 3 suits. Just need to draw the 3 of dots and the 4 of characters, but you never know, right? The 4 characters is Adora, so
we actually saw Arisawa there throw the extra 3-mon that she had, because the 3-mon is the Dora indicator, so there really aren't that many of them left. So she did not want to rely on getting the triplet, and that 3-mon is a very dangerous tile as well if somebody else gets Tenpai, so she's locking in her 2-3 shape to look for that Dora, or a 1-mon, which is fairly acceptable as well. Okay, still 1 away here for Aragaki, but a slightly better way. Yes.
And I also think playing the 5 of Bamboo this early is quite interesting, right? Because you lose a little bit of efficiency, but because of that, you now, if you end up waiting on 3-6 after having played the 5 and 7 really early on,
okay,
I can see people might be less convinced that that's your weight.
A little camouflage.
Fortunately, we just seem to be drawing every Bamboo tile except for the ones we're looking for.
I wonder if Aragaki would be willing to call the 8-pin here. It would really ruin the value of her hand, but as we can see on the commentator booth here, there aren't many 8-pin left. There's only 1 left in the wall, and so if she misses the chance to call it off of Tokuoka, then she might miss her chance to win, period.
Tokuoka is now 1 away thanks to that nice upgrade there.
Right, Seto is moving as well here too. Nice draw. No draw here for Arisawa, but I believe she's just been 1 away for a little while. We'll see if Tokuoka even discards the 8 of dots, the 8-pin. There's the last 3 mon, so any 2/4 weights are dead. And in fact, it gets called. We'll see just how Seto is going to play this hand. Looks like an all inside, a Tanyao type hand. It's going to take a little work for her.
I like it though. I think especially because you're your dealer. If you want to keep the
Right.
dealership going, if you think the tiles aren't coming and you need to start opening the hand to find a way to win, it's going to be slow. But at the very least, maybe you get to keep the tempai, keep your ready hand, and then be able to go for a repeat.
Yeah, we can see here the 2-3-4 mixed triple for Arisawa is coming together. But it's not there yet. Oh,
Well,
unlucky.
It is
But
tempai,
she'll
it's just not
take the
deep.
reach. No Itsu this time. I guess that does mean she doesn't have to worry about drawing that 8 though. So
True.
oh,
Well, this is
very
tempai.
lucky here. Perfect inside draw. Can you fight a Riichi though? It's not the dealer's reach. Oh, she's not gonna fight it. She's gonna go around.
That's really interesting. I am a very aggressive player, and I would have reached that.
Yeah,
I may have regretted it.
I mean,
but
she obviously didn't completely fold the hand. It's just one turn slower. Well, one improvement turn slower, which can take 5 or 6 turns. And I don't know if she has that time here, but it works out. It works out, but it's just so much harder to actually get the 2-3-4 Sanshoku.
We
Like,
have added all inside as well to this hand by cutting
yeah.
the 2-9.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you're right.
as you mentioned, it would have been Ipatsu. Would have been Ipatsumo expensive side. Could have seen a Baimon here. Some craziness. But
We could see the 8 come out. If it does, it will deal in to Seto's all inside only. But it might be the safest. Well, the reach tile being the 9 pin does make the 8 look a little bit less safe. Maybe we see 3 of the 6s.
No, it's 3 and 6-0 is the weight here for Aragaki. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So I was just saying I was liking Tokuoka's. So it was Seto who's waiting on the 8 pin, right? But I like that Tokuoka had used the fact that she sees the location of all 3 of the 4 6s.
Right.
So she knows, or at least it's less likely for other people to have the 6-7. In fact, we see the 4th 6 is in the discards already, so it's impossible someone have 5-6, which makes that 7 just a little bit safer.
Right. And now Seto has moved to the 7 pin weight because she did not like the 5 pin discard. It would have dealt in, so a good read for her there. Not the most expensive side for Aragaki, but I think Aragaki's hand would still be very valuable if Seto dealt in right here. Of course, she's still looking for that last 2 pin. There's another 5 pin, so another miss for Aragaki.
The 6 comes out.
Well, there it is. The dealer continues.
Yeah, and honestly, you might say this is a really bad all inside only, but there were 2 Riichi sticks on the table at that point, an extra 2,000 points, and the repeat counter.
Yeah.
That adds up.
And it also stops them from sumoing on your dealer turn. So very solid win here for Seto. Not to mention, she also had a Dora called over there on the right side. She had a Formon. There's 2 Han, just like the previous hand. But this time, as you mentioned, a lot of extra. 2 Riichi sticks, 1 Honba. And it's what you don't lose is also part of what you gain. It's
Very true.
It's a lesson you learn midway through Mahjong, I would say. Some people learn it earlier than others. But that's why defense exists. In a way.
I talk about EV, I usually, I mean, sort of, if you played 1,000 hands on average, how many points do you win or lose?
Right.
Is what I kind of mean by that.
Exactly.
And when you fold, I believe as dealer, on average, you lose 1,700 points. So by not folding, you have a chance to not lose those points. Exactly as you're saying, right?
Yeah. And I was mentioning, that's the reason why defense exists, is to prevent you from losing points. But fully folding basically guarantees you lose points. And so it's the professional players that can walk the tightrope between folding and pushing and discarding safe tiles or tiles that they think are close to safe that give the best risk-reward ratio. Because you can fully fold, you can fully push, but you can also go in between. And we saw that. Seto had the nice 7-pin, 8-pin weight. And that was the better weight. It was the higher chance of winning. But when she drew the 5-pin, that was the defensive side where she said, oh, if I throw this 5-pin, it'll probably deal in. And indeed it was going to. As Aragaki gets a full straight chance again here.
Yeah, I mean, Seto's building 7 pairs, and she's got a pair of the door as well, so that's really exciting. 7 pairs tends to be a slower hand, but when you've got 2 Dora, it's not a bad thing to do.
Yeah, occasionally 7 pairs is very fast. It's a very volatile hand. This is a triplet now, and she also has 5, 6, 7, so maybe she keeps the triplet this time.
Honestly, yeah, I think going for that is perfectly fine. Just reach. You've got 2 Dora, right?
It's
If
not
you're going to.
Yeah, but she
get
can't
those-
call here. She has no Yaku. Unless she cuts south-south and tries to go for Tanya, but I think that's a little inefficient. Maybe a 6-pin. Oh, she is going to go south-south for the call. The Dora are speaking to her.
I think those were the 2 options, right? Either cut the south and go all inside, or cut the 6-pin and just hope you get to a nice early reach.
Right. I mean, the third option was, as we were thinking, to just throw the 5 so back and go for maximum 7 pairs efficiency. Like you're locking in on pairs.
Very true.
So there were a couple different options. A nice what would you do situation there. Write that down, write that down. Oh, Tenpai here. Arisawa Tenpai. Gonna take the 3-so weight without reaching. No Yaku, so she cannot call Ron, only can call Sumo. That's another pair for Tokuoka. We didn't talk about her hand very much, but she's very close to Tenpai. In fact, if I caught it right, Tokuoka might actually be 7 pairs Tenpai. But
I'll have to have a look right
yeah,
now.
no, not quite.
Not quite.
And
Yeah,
in
the
fact,
pins
with
were
this
close.
draw, she might not go 7 pairs. Same
Yeah, I
same
think
thing as
that's
Seto.
reasonable. Yeah.
Same thing as Seto. Decisions.
The difference, I think, is that Seto has 2 Dora, right?
Right.
Whereas Tokuoka does not.
Yeah, but
So
she
wants
has some Yaku. She has more Yaku in her hand, I think. Okay, here we go, Seto.
Pretty nice. Yeah.
One
It does
away.
make the all inside harder, right? Because we draw the 9. It's a bit of a
Right.
backfire. Well, we can't. We can reach, but we can't.
Yeah, Arisawa has been playing extremely defensive here. And I mean, her team is in 2nd place, so she does have points to protect. But 2nd place is going to be worth nothing at the end of the season if they... Well, 2nd place is going to be worth nothing. I'll leave it at that. They got to get 1st. Unless they're extremely close in the wild card. But at least they would have to be within probably, I would guess, 5 points of 1st. So their team does need to move. Does need to try and get 1st place by the end of this. A nice discard here by Seto. Taking a lot of time to think about it.
I like the odds, right? Because we're weighing the potential for all inside versus the potential for just keeping as much acceptance as possible.
Right. And 5 pairs. So we see Tokuoka took a completely opposite approach from Seto. While Seto moved towards the traditional hand, the 4 sets of 3 in a pair, Tokuoka went straight for the 7 pairs, cutting other efficiency. And neither of it matters because Arisawa does collect. She doesn't get any great value. But her hand didn't have that much value. The weight, for some people, a single 3-so weight is all you need, but not for Arisawa. So she didn't fully believe in her Riichi. So she gets the lucky sumo. The 3-so does come, and that allows her to collect a couple honba, so 600 more points, and move into East 2.
Yeah, usually in situations like that, I'm happy to just reach.
Right.
I want to put pressure on the table. Also, if you do sumo, you get the extra value. Also, you need to be able to run for people.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest factor in my head is being able to catch other people throwing that 3-so.
I know that it's a 3-so, and therefore no one's ever going to discard it. In theory,
there goes as a 3-so gets discarded. By Arisawa.
Yeah, I mean, after a reach, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, yeah, these things happen. People deal in. Sometimes someone's got a really good hand and they decide to take a risk. And if you aren't in reach, you can't catch it. They've then got that reach off for free, and you're kind of stuck.
Right. But it does work out here for Arisawa. So, the low risk, low reward. Obviously, one of the big things about not reaching is that if somebody did reach, if the dealer had something, as Seto's been doing the previous couple of hands, she would have been able to fold fairly safely.
Yeah, just because in my head I've calculated on average I win more points with reach than I lose, doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win, right? If you don't want to take the risk, then perfectly well within reason to just, you know what? It's East 1. We don't need to worry about that.
Whoa, Aragaki! So this Aragaki
reach.
takes the opposite line. She has this pretty poor edge weight on 3-pin, but it's actually so much earlier than Arisawa's hand that it's a little bit of a different case. And we can see Tokuoka here has a floating 3-pin just ready to deal in if she ever needs to push. We don't see as many pushes against the super early Riichis. I know a lot of Western players have the notion that, oh, I don't know what's safe, so let me just push my most dangerous tiles and get to Tenpai anyway, because they have the highest chance of going through while we don't know what's safe. But I feel it's a little bit self-destructive sometimes.
I think pushes like that are okay if you have a good hand, right? If you have a reason
Yes,
to.
yeah, you have to calculate the risk. Like, I have a hard time pushing on early reaches because most of the time you're 3 shanten, like san shanten, at least 3 tiles away from Tenpai. And it's very hard to justify pushing 3 tiles away from Tenpai, but I always have to remember in my head that my deal-in chance is also a good bit lower on those dangerous tiles because we don't have that much information. That actually makes the chance of dealing in lower. It's a weird calculation to internalize, like to understand why it would be less chance to deal in.
For as defensive as Arisawa was playing in East 1, she was definitely pushing into that. She had that potential Itsu once again, but just a little bit too slow. We did, in fact, see the sumo.
Yep, Aragaki catches the sumo. Perhaps Arisawa prefers to defend her dealer turn. That's another thing. When you're the dealer, if everybody folds right off the bat, you're the one on the hook for the sumo. I mean, everyone's on the hook, but you're doubly on the hook for the sumo, so you have the most incentive.
But you have more to win, right? If you are able to make the hand work.
Yes.
So yeah, it's both you get punished more and you have a chance of scoring more points.
And now the 3-so is Dora. We see one here in Tokuoka's hand, but she's got nothing to connect it to, so it's gonna just hang out there for a while, I'm assuming. I don't think she would discard it too quickly. Here's 2 of them in Aragaki's hand, though. And they're connected.
Yeah, I think the three Akari on the tiles there, I think it's perfectly fine to call that a block at this point when you've got 2 or 2.
Right.
But we'll see. We'll see how long they get kept. I think we might see them get kept a few draws.
Yeah. So we're back here on Aragaki's hand. She's really trying to make this work. She's got value in the hand, but she's trying to figure out whether to go for the half flush or not. Seto could really use a Dora. Seto could really use a 3-so. There's a conspicuous hole in her hand where the 3-so should be, in between her 2 and 4. But there's only one left. Okay.
So there's a potential chance for I know I say this all the time, but the Sanshoku.
Right.
With 2 Dora, maybe you could even open for that if you get the right draws. Something that I don't do often enough, but I see the pros do quite often, is opening for just the mixturable sequence, the Sanshoku Dojin. Because it's only worth 1 hand if you open. But
yes.
You know what? If it means you can win with Dora 2, that suddenly makes it pretty good.
It's also one of the more obvious ones if you have to open twice or even 3 times.
You generally want to open to confirm the last triplet, the last sequence, yeah.
I mean, I feel like it depends. I am a pretty aggressive caller, but I notice if you don't draw at least one of the sets closed and you're looking for all 3 sets, It's one of the easiest Yaku to avoid, essentially.
Yes.
If people see 2 of your sets, there's only 3 tiles that it could possibly be for the 3rd set, unless you already have the 3rd set, and then you could be waiting on anything, which is a nice little mind game, as we see Aragaki here performing her own mind game and going back to the half flush.
Yeah, I think
But
pairing up that sounds really sort of guided this hand where it needs to go.
uh,
Will it be there in time though? With this reach already out,
reach from
2-5
Arisawa. So it doesn't look like anyone's gonna get mixed triple sequence. No Sanshoku on this round.
Not today. We do see, I think, 4 of the 2-5s. 3 in hands, 1 in discarded.
Yeah. But
And it's going to be a bit awkward for our dealer, Tokuoka, here, with a 2-3-4-5. No matter which way she cuts that, if she does cut the 2 or the 5, she deals in. So
that's right. The original point I was making about the Sanshoku is that when you do an open hand, a lot of times, if the opponent can guess what Yaku you're going for, they can determine that certain tiles are less safe. Certain tiles are more dangerous. But with a hand like all inside, like all the tiles between 2 to 8 are all dangerous in all 3 suits. So there's a lot of tiles out there. Even if you're on what they guess is a Yaku high or an honor type shape, there could still be a lot of value honors not discarded yet. But when you're on Sanshoku, the more tiles you call, the less tiles are available. And so you're really only blocking like maybe 3 tiles in one suit, like a 7, an 8, and a 9. And so it's a lot easier for players to still keep pushing while going around your obvious Yaku. The only saving grace is that maybe you've already completed the 3rd set and you can actually be waiting on any tile if you've done that.
exactly, yeah.
That's what gives you a little threat. And that's a Dora. That's the last Dora. Seto finally drew it.
But with the regional table,
Yeah.
okay, we are going to play the floor, which is a bit of a jam. We don't have any information about the bamboo tiles.
Yeah, I think it's 100% a jam. That is a very dangerous tile. Because it's so close to the Dora. And Seto herself only has 1 of the Dora, so the rest of the Dora could easily be out there. But it pays off here.
It paid off. We've already pushed the 3, so why not? Sorry, we already pushed the 4, so why not push the 6?
Reach! And the only other option is to end up with a single tile, a Tanki. Wait on either the 6 or 7 mon. Much worse wait, so she's gonna go all out, try and get this win.
Plays the Sushi, gets 1 step closer. Aragaki's almost there.
Ooh, 2-pin.
Did not flip the Ura, but nothing wrong with a nice, happy little reach only. But I saw the one bamboo triplet there.
Yeah, she got an extra 1,000 from Seto there, so not too bad, not too bad. Especially in these no red 5 rules, these Mondo TV Pro League rules. That's what I was trying to say.
We do have the Dora. We're not playing really strict, but yes. The no red 5s does mean that the value is going to have to come from your Yaku.
That's right. Or Riichi, as we mentioned all the way back in East 1. I mean, yeah, but the Dora don't. I mean, Riichi's Yaku, the Uradora. Ipatsu is also technically a Yaku, but you can never only win with Ipatsu, so it kind of feels like a Dora in the way that it's bonus points.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, because you can never only win with Ipatsu in the same way you can never only win with Dora, but technically Ipatsu is a Yaku. I wonder if there's ever been some weird case, like there's some sort of subversion of the rules where the ref gets called and someone only gets Ipatsu without Riichi. It doesn't seem like it should be possible in any way. I've never seen it.
It should be. But you know, the right person to ask could be probably Gemma.
Yeah, Gemma or Jen. Jen says she's in Chombo R&D. She officially calls herself Chombo R&D, so maybe she can win Ipatsu without Riichi somehow.
But either way, everyone here is building lightning fast hands. We could be going for, once again, another mixed sequence from Aragaki 2-3-4. But I think the main goal is all inside.
That's another 9-so. Another 9-so for Arisawa. Not high value because the 9 mon is the Dora, but It's a very rare draw. It's a very hard to get. So really
Yeah, I
good
really
for
like
her
that
to get it.
Tokuoka kept the 8 man there. Like it's a bit of a uncomfortable shape, the 7, 8, 8, 9. But because
Right.
the 9 of characters was the Dora, I like the keep. It
Yes.
almost paid off. Didn't this time around, but it could have for sure.
Yeah,
We got that
Aragaki
Sanchoku.
is just
It's been
moving
given up on.
fast.
But yeah,
We'll, we'll s-
Sheila.
we'll see if Adora comes out from Arisawa here. She's been playing extremely defensively. Yeah, and so I think that Dora's going to be stuck in her hand for the rest of this hand. Whether or not she can win, it's going to be Dora or bust for Arisawa on this one.
Yeah, she usually shapes like
Oh,
where you've got a sequence of 2 and then 2 gaps. It's kind of interesting because it's a 2-sided weight to make 8.
You know, with Aragaki discarding Dora, Arisawa might take this opportunity to get it out there. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
And so now she can push as well.
That 3
Interesting.
would have been useful had we kept the 2 earlier, but we've already discarded it. She gave up on that Sanchoku I was talking about. But
Yeah,
wait,
I mean, efficiency-wise, it's still slightly better. Perhaps Furiten, but if you get Tenpai, maybe you just avoid the Furiten weight since she does have other options. Nice
it might
draw
also be a sneaky
again.
play at this point because we haven't seen much from anyone else here playing the low character tiles.
Oh, they're starting to come out now. There goes a 1-mon from Seto. And it wasn't from the hand, it was just a drawn 1-mon from the board.
This is Tenpai.
Yes, it certainly is. Riichi only. Oh, Riichi 1 Dora, maybe that's enough for Tokuoka. No!
I like this. We have the potential upgrade for the mixable sequence if we draw the 9 of dots.
It's tough. Oh, she is going to take the Furiten weight.
It's a 3-sided
Yes, the 3-sided Furiten. So she cannot roan either. Just like Tokuoka can't roan because she has no Yaku. So you've got 2 Tenpai players, but neither of them roan.
But I do like, at least on Tokuoka's perspective, because she has potential 2-hand upgrade if she's lucky, but also the hand's still a little bit scary.
Yes,
maybe
that's
want to
true.
be hard committing.
Oh, a little sneaky play. She's
Swappy Doppy, 8 of bamboo.
Ah, but Sumo!
But they survive! Wins.
Oh, man. That's a tough one. Seto pulls the right tile out at the right time again. Oh, no, Aragaki was the one who won. I thought it was Seto who had switched. But it looks like Aragaki is the one who won here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe the overlay men made a mistake on this one.
That's okay. They do very good work.
Yes.
And they'll fix it.
We'll find the answer soon.
Yeah, shout outs to the people on the set doing all that behind the scenes. It is not an easy job, but I'm sure a very fun one.
No, Aragaki is still the dealer, so it looks like it was Aragaki who had the 258. I must have made the mistake there.
Okay. Aragaki, who does have the rare double E stability, so she gets the 3rd one there. We've got 2-hand. Gonna be thinking about opening the hand up quite early, I would think. Technically got door acceptance, but it's not a great acceptance. Having the 8 there. The 8-9, we can turn 8-9 to a 6-8 quite easily. Still a rough shape, though. There's one of our Dora, though.
That is nice. Six Mondora is a huge one to draw because it's a nice juicy middle tile, which means you're almost never going to get it from the other players. You basically have to rely on drawing it. And another one. Wait a minute. an embarrassment of riches for Tokuoka here. She may not be the dealer, but she might have the most valuable hand this round.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, because other than maybe, as I say, Seto being fast to Tempai,
Right.
I think it's really just going to be whether. Oh, okay. Now, I obviously going to see this call because it's worth 2 hand. It's still kind of
Yes.
slow. Still got a long way to go.
Yeah, but with the ability to call, I think Aragaki has a pretty reasonable shot of getting to Tempai first here. Tokuoka, of course, can also call to do all insides Tanya here. But her shapes are really ugly. They're fairly difficult. She has that 5-mon inside weight with the 4-6 and the 6-7 in order to use both. And of course, one of the 5-mon is the door indicator. And the third factor is that it's a 5, which means other players really don't want to discard it. So there's 3 downward pressure. Of course, just draw the third 6-1. That's a really nice shape now. Beautiful draw.
That's true.
Good fortune is bestowed upon Tokuoka here. But she does still have to finish it. And Aragaki's hand is not that slow anymore with the open call.
It looks like Seto's stalled out a little bit, unfortunately. But it has bought everyone else time.
We'll see who makes it first.
Yeah, I think she's going to keep the once cut Red Dragon because I think she's folding here. I think.
Whoa,
she's decided,
that is 1 away from Tempai with a pair 4. Very good.
The scary thing is, right, when she calls Tempai,
yes,
there's no guarantee that anyone's going to know she's got to her 3.
Yes,
right?
the door are hidden.
All in the hand.
Seto here actually 5 pairs in hand now, so 1 away from 7 pairs. That's another sneaky maneuver. So Aragaki, Seto, and Tokuoka all ready to strike. Well, 1 away. All almost ready to strike, I guess.
Yeah, actually, that explains the Red Dragon keep. Actually, now I think about it, of course, she's keeping it for the 7 pairs route. She played it eventually, but only because she was trading one once cut on her for another one.
Arisawa here just doesn't seem to have the right tiles, and I think she knows it. She's playing safely. She has been playing safely basically the whole game, except for her dealer turn.
It's a very interesting style, right? Not taking any risks and hoping that the moment with the stars align for you,
right,
does right,
is more valuable.
I definitely sympathize with that sort of style. Because usually you can get one good hand, right? If you can get one good hand and then never deal in,
yeah,
you're usually top 2.
And even with her safe play, she's managed to pick up some small sumos here and there without taking much risk. The tiles just fell into her lap. And she sumo. Alright, what's the play now? Do we stick to 5 pairs? No!
Okay.
I think this is a bit of a safety move here.
I think that's very fair.
Yeah.
I love 7 pairs, and I push it way too much, but I think that's fair.
Yeah, this
that's not
5 does not really help. It doesn't advance to Tempa. It does allow her to maybe do a different kind of weight. Yeah, and she will take that. Yeah. I guess it allows her to use the 4th copy of Dora if for some reason it's not out there. Oh, got the Tuso back.
But yeah, absolutely cheating the Dora for a Tempai would be very fun.
Seto is willing to discard the 8-mon now. Interesting. And it does get called by Aragaki into Tempai. 3-so, 6-so. I wonder if she would pawn for Toy Toy for all triplets.
Yeah, I was about to say Aragaki does have that upgrade, yeah?
Yeah.
I would be thinking about it. As we see 1-3 gone and 1-6 gone.
Yeah, the extra 6-so is so dangerous though that she might avoid it. Oh, another triplet backfire. A little too dangerous for her to discard 7-pin though. She's gonna hold it. We can see one here in Arisawa's hand.
She's got a path to tempo with West.
Right.
So she can always go for the all inside.
That deals in.
It comes to that does. I mean, you have to push it, right? You've got Dora 3.
Yeah, it's a big hand.
punish is not too bad. But yeah, that was going to happen the second you drew that 3 of bamboo.
Yeah, it is 2 Han here because of the double east instead of the single east. Not 40 fu though. So not enormous. There is 1 Honba, but that's just 300 points. Tokuoka, unfortunately, was already in last when that happened though, so it's a bigger last for her here.
Yeah, the thing is that with the words not enormous in play, there is technically throwing Aragaki within 1,000 points of first place.
Yes.
No one has won a huge hand so far. This has been a very nickel-dimey game.
And we are still in the East round, which means there's a lot to go.
Very true. Could this go to time? We'll find out. A less exciting start for Aragaki, but it's still not bad. I'm very curious about where the 3 of bamboo is, and maybe the 2 and 3 of characters.
Right.
But I think the one of characters is probably likely to go out pretty quickly if we don't draw in those specific tiles very, very fast. By characters, I meant pins, but yes.
All right, just give me
here.
1 moment here to set something up.
Okie doke. In the meantime, yeah, this is a really tough decision. I don't think you have to go for Sanshoku. You could also just... I don't think it's that bad to play the East right now, personally. But yeah, the East is a nice keep, especially as dealer, but I don't know. That's what I would do in this situation.
All right.
It is what we see. But yeah, it's a sort of a long shot. And again, whenever I say I love Sanshoku, I love going for that mixture sequence. It is very fun. And I think that's exactly the reason why the Aragaki cut the East there, right? Because it would be double East, and it's kind of a nice thing to keep. But there's the 2 of characters instantly potentially paying off. Still needing 3 perfect draws to make that happen. It's a long shot, but it's early enough.
Still far, but exactly, it's still early. The earlier it is, the more freedom you have to contemplate possibilities.
Yeah, you don't lose too much by cutting the East.
Interesting.
Because the odds of you drawing a pair are quite low. This is probably where I give up and cut the 1 pin. No. Okay. Wow, I'm down.
Yeah, I think
I
think it's just that Aragaki's other options here are so poor that even a faraway Sanshoku, a faraway mixed triple, is an option for her. Because her other options are just as far away right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you already have a pair in the West as well. You don't need a pair of the 7 characters. But
it's not that far from Tempai. I think it's only 2 away from Tempai, but the tiles that get her there are very limited. There aren't many of them, so she needs 2 very low chance draws to get to Tempai.
Actually, yeah, speaking of the West, there are no Wests left to draw, so
that's tough.
You're not gonna be tripling that up.
Oh yeah, so, I see them. I see them on the board here. That's something we missed. So the West basically have to be the pair. Here's the Chanta, the half outside maneuver. That could be huge. As we see an outside fill for Seto as well. 1, 2, 3. Don't think Seto will be moving for Chanta though. That half outside hand. She has a few more inside tiles. Okay, now 1 away for a monster hand. If she open calls, it won't be worth that much.
That's true, but she is a dealer as well.
Yes.
So there's definitely value in keeping the repeats going.
Yeah, the
obviously you don't want to call this early, but
right. The outside hands are so tough because they really aren't worth much when you call, but the chance of you getting, they're so full of inside weights and edge weights, single tile weights, that you really want to call them because you know you're not getting many chances. And here we go, another edge weight, 3-pin Riichi for Seto. She's not even the dealer this time.
It paid off last time.
Yeah, just a stopping reach here. Just to try and keep everyone else from winning. It's like offense used as defense, which feels a little paradoxical, a little weird that a Riichi would be considered defense because it's the ultimate offensive move. You can't change your weight, you can't save tiles, you can't fold, but it's the threat is being used to keep other players from winning, even though your actual value is not that high. It's basically like a bluff in a way.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, you can still win with it, right?
Yes.
And
I mean, in the same way you can still win with a bluff in the other games.
true. Yeah.
But
Okay.
it is true that bluffing is a little bit different in Mahjong because you don't have to get other people to fold to win, like in poker. They can still be pushing and you can still just end up winning by drawing the right tiles. But it is going to push Aragaki, the dealer, off her hand, and so this quote-unquote bluff is going to work out pretty well.
I think she can still get back into it, but
Mm.
yeah, taking a few steps back, I can tell you who's not be pushing away right now, and it will be the player we're seeing right now, Arisawa.
With 3 door.
Yes, but
Yeah.
what do we play?
This
Do we play
is
5/6 of
interesting.
bamboo? Do we play the 4 card? Okay,
She's
that is going to be
actually
Tempai.
she's playing no Riichi, Damaten. Violent Tempai here.
It's Tangadora 3, so
Yeah.
yeah, this is probably the perfect time.
Oh, that would have been the big hit.
Yeah,
She's still on the cusp, right? As you mentioned. Oh, but there's the sneak attack.
but that's the thing. When you got Dora 3, it's perfectly okay to not reach, right?
Right.
Because bumping a 4-hand hand to a 5-hand hand is not actually that much of
Right.
an improvement. Cool. I think it's but basically, not quite Mangan, but
Yeah.
bumping up to
I
8,000
think it's
points is
Mangan. I
not
think
that
it's
much.
Mangan in these rules. Also because it wasn't a Pinfu hand, it is
Oh, no,
Mangan. It is Mangan. It's
sorry,
40
I
fu.
miscounted. I thought, yeah, I miscounted I counted the reach stick in the 8,600, but no, that's why my brain did wrong. So exactly, yeah. So the reach, unless you use the Peridora or Gedi Patsu, it's worth the same.
Right.
Whether you
Oh,
reach
well,
or Dharma.
Sumo as well gets you 6 Han.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
But
So,
in
yeah.
terms of the points this game, especially the fact that she was able to hit Seto there. To be fair, Seto was in Riichi, so she would have been able to hit her anyway. It's hard to say which move is the right move there. I don't know if it's one of Seto's safe tile, the Genbutsu, the tiles in the Riichi player's discards were in her weight. Like the 4-so was Dora, it wasn't that. It was 4, 7, and 8, so maybe I'd be tempted to reach there for sure.
Okay.
But it's Mangan, so the Dama I think a lot of people would also agree with.
It's one of those situations where like I tend to reach almost all the time. I think that's one of the few exceptions I would consider not reaching. I was also really curious about what's going on with the chat right now. Were they just enjoying that hand, talking about the Dharma, or
Hey.
did a judge come in?
It looks like they redealt. They redealt the tiles for whatever reason. Maybe one of them came out wrong. Some of them got revealed. There's bad vibes. Whatever the
That's
reason.
A wizard ruined everything. Let's fix things.
I wonder if you can request a judge for bad vibes. The tiles came out weird. Like, because, with the automatic tables, they don't always come out perfectly lined up. Sometimes there's little jagged edges, little zigzags in the wall, and you look at the wall and you say, huh, the tiles are a little shifted, a little weird. Can I get a redo, please? It's giving me bad vibes.
It doesn't shuffle them occasionally, like it just through like a little bit of a rare thing. Then, yeah, I'd want to redeal. I think that's perfectly acceptable. Doesn't take long either with a what's table so.
Yeah, because that last hand wasn't a short hand, so it's weird that I guess there's a little table malfunction, didn't shuffle properly.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, as Jen was saying, yeah, they were waiting for the tiles to shuffle, so I guess they just had to just give it a little bit extra time.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Okay.
Perfectly grabbing fine. From the wrong spot. Oh, that happens too, huh? Because as that is still not like a hot topic, but it's definitely a much debated topic between pro players and pro organizations, whether the tiles should be dealing the initial hand. And in this league, they do not deal the initial hand, so the players do have to grab their tiles 4 at a time, the same way we do on a hand shuffle table. So if you read the dice wrong and you grab from the wrong place, well, gotta start over, I guess.
Okay. Well, so yeah, thank you, Jen, for the information about the models. That's quite cool. Also,
Oh,
just
3
wanna get into this particular
pairs.
hand, right?
It's a little weird,
the
though. I
second
think,
pair is it's kind of awkward. You want the hand to be a half flush, right?
yeah, 3 is probably not enough pairs to go for 7 pairs. Especially with the half flush as a possibility down that line.
I definitely would be if I only had to cut 2. I think there's 1 straight on a tile as well.
Yeah.
But if I only had to cut those, I could go get it closed with reach. I'd
Yeah.
be very excited.
You're lucky. I don't know. There's a south, which is Yakuhai here. It's a value honor now that we're in the south round. Might
That's
just
true.
be worth
South gets
opening.
played.
I mean, I might even open even if I don't get the south, and like hope I get the south later for a little bit more value. But even if I don't, I still get some points. It's pretty interesting. Let's see if she goes for the half flush here, or if she keeps maximum efficiency. Oh, here we go. Aragaki.
Right. Aragaki's been very aggressive this game. I kind of love to see it, honestly.
Yes.
It's almost paid off. Like she's gotten some good hands. Most of her attacks have ended up having to become sort of I guess you're settling for less kind of thing, but
it's
she still managed to meet
pretty
hands.
Interesting. The Suzaku is it's like a mythical phoenix like bird in I believe it's Shinto lore, but in some sort of Japanese lore. The Suzaku, and it is in the Mahjong scene. The Suzaku is a metaphor for players who play fast, aggressive, and value speed, like amount of tiles to tempai being the lowest over other facets of the game. There's the defense, there's the high value hands. So you can see Aragaki really representing her team's Suzaku here. She's been playing fast and aggressively to take down these hands. A lot of calls.
Yeah, I like that. Also, I think to answer your question, Alex, I think Falco's referring to the Yaku. The hand where you win with your very first deal of tiles. The maximum value hand. Yes, exactly. From the redeal, exactly, yes. Yeah, we're not talking about anything you could log into. Not today.
Oh, so Falcon believes somebody stopped the Tenho. The vibe said someone was gonna get a Tenho and it was redealt. That's Falcon's. That's a Falcon thing.
You know what? We'll never know. So I'm happy to call it.
Yeah.
Say someone was going to win. Someone was going to win the hand. We're just going to get a Yaku and the game would have been over. We just don't know. We don't know.
Okay, 1 away here for Seto. She is the dealer.
Yeah, I think she's just. She's got a door in her call, so she's got some value there. Not a lot, but definitely exists. Also, want to bring a underrated shape from Tokuoka, the 4, 6, 6, 7, 8. 8.
Ooh, here we go, Tempai. That's a nice.
Weight.
We've got the 3-so weight again. There's been a lot of 3-so in this game.
They knew you were commentating, Tips.
It is true
exactly,
that
the reason why I like the shape is because you can call the 5 or the 7. Unfortunately, the 4 is Dora, so having to call the 7 means we have to play the Dora. We are going to call it. Are we going to play the 4-pin into this? No. Keeping the 4-pin, hoping to draw the 5 or 3, or pair it up even. But yes.
Jen has the full lore. The full lore explanation in the chat here. Suzaku, the tiger, the dragon, and the Gembu, which is like a large turtle, protect each of the 4 directions, the nautical directions. I assume that's north, south, east, and west. But
Thank you for that. Yeah, that's
That's
awesome.
where they
I
are.
always like learning new things whenever I'm streaming Mahjong.
Yeah. I knew it was mythological, but I see them referenced so often in Japanese like literature and stories. I didn't know they were originally
Yes.
Chinese, but
Okay.
that's good to know.
Also, while we were chatting, I believe Aragaki has managed to hit Tenpai. She's waiting on the green dragon only. We see one of them has been discarded. So I do think if someone draws it, there's a decent chance that it'll get played.
Yeah. It's also interesting. Tenho literally means like heaven's blessing, but it is
Yes.
often drawn as a phoenix coming down to bless the tiles, especially in a lot of the Mahjong clients. You get a Tenho and you'll see a phoenix's wings come through. So maybe that has something to do with it too. After all, Tenho is the fastest hand you can win. It can't be any faster than the first draw of the entire game.
Oh, and this was that draw that we were looking for, getting the 3-6-9 weight, although I think the 9 is not going to count because we do have an open call there.
So we really have
But
a
still,
pretty
3-6.
tense battle here. Arisawa, the only one not in Tenpai, and she's close. She hasn't completely folded. So this is a little uncharacteristic. And it's interesting because she has the most reason to fold right now in the lead. Seto catches it.
Tokuoka was 3-10. She discarded the 9 earlier. But the person who wins this one is going to be our dealer Seto. She managed to claw some points early on, and now we're in South Round. It's her dealership again. We're seeing a similar kind of story.
Yeah, good grab for Seto here. She's holding on to her dealer turn. Another small hand to detonate, to defuse, not detonate. That's the opposite. To defuse some big hands.
Yeah, I could definitely see a detonation happening though.
Right.
This is
The big hands did not detonate that time. They were diffused.
But seriously though, yeah, we haven't seen, I think, anything above that Mangan, right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
But yeah, all it's going to take is one person winning a huge hand, and they will shoot up into first. So no one is safe.
And that's just part of playing without red fives. Mangan is that high bar to clear. You know, it's often translated as a limit hand, and well, the first time I heard Mangan translated as limit hand, I thought, huh? What? People just get Mangan on it's not the limit. There's Yakuman. How could that be the limit? But the idea is it's like the first limit. And
yes,
it doesn't feel like that when you're playing with red fives, because Mangan just feels like something you can get fairly often. But
it's also like a mark where like the hand starts to grow at a slower rate, right?
yes, it's the limit where you stop using the formula to calculate your score, and you just go by purely how many Han the hand has. That is literally what it is. The limit for the formula, for the Hanfu formula. But it can often, like when you're not playing with red files, when you're not playing with red fives, it feels like the limit of the hand where you're like, okay, this is where the hands start getting good.
Yeah. Sometimes with red fives, like Mangan's the minimum you're aiming for, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly. It's a pretty different game for sure. Mangan doesn't feel like the limit; it just feels like the normal. Maybe Mangan is the minimum limit. That's what they mean by limit hand. That's the minimum limit you should be aiming for when you're playing with red fives.
Yeah, I think 3-hand is probably the realistic one, right? Like I don't like opening my hand just for one hand unless I'm doing it to shut someone else down.
Yeah, I mean, like I'll play one hand, I'll play 2-hand hands. I'm not super strict when it comes to that.
Go for it, but I don't get enthusiastic about it.
Yes.
But yeah, this does look like it's gonna be a really quick hand here. Like, obviously, we do have the pair of the white dragon here, but I think it's going to be kept for 7 pairs.
Ooh, Aragaki liking 3 so. 3-mon connects to Dora. Of course, it can't connect to Dora if you're doing 7 pairs like Aragaki is. But she discards 3-mon to keep 3 so.
It's won, I think, twice so far.
I think 3 times. Maybe twice, maybe 3 times.
Point
Like-
is, it's been a very good lucky
Yeah.
tile today.
Yeah, Arisawa had that sumo only win on it very early.
Okay, yes. One away for Tokuoka. She's called the South, and I believe, yeah, it's just a single cell.
Oh, a triplet now. Aragaki gets to make the decision. Triplets or pairs, and she sticks with pairs.
I might have considered going for triplets just because we had that pair of dragons. I might have hedged because I would have been, if I'm willing
Yes.
to call dragon, I might have got dragon toy. I don't know. Either way, though, that 2 of bamboo would have been nice if we were going for a hand where any shape is good, but the 1, 2, 3 is not what we're looking for right now. Could also try and build the pure sequence with the 3, 3, 4, 4, just drawing 2 and 5 twice. Right,
Looks good to me.
I say it like it's really easy. It's not, but you know.
All right, here we go.
Obviously,
No Yaku in the end. 1 extra Dora. So Riichi, Arisawa is going to make the Riichi. She did have a previous situation where she didn't make the Riichi here. As we mentioned.
I guess it's because she's in first place. Or she knew she was going to get the Ipatsu Sumo.
Ipatsumo!
Maybe she just had a feeling, just knew.
That's a big one.
Absolutely.
And there it is, Mangan.
The power of reach, right? Because
Yeah,
we saw that it was just 2-hand, but
it is hard not to get Mangan on Ipatsumo. You already have 3 Han, Riichi Ipatsumo.
exactly.
And Mondo TV Pro League is Kiriage Mangan, so even 1 more Han, whether Dora, 1 other Yaku, it's a Mangan.
Yeah.
So a big Riichi boost there for Arisawa.
And now we go into South 2, Arisawa's dealership. I don't know if anyone's going to be beating her score this game, but there's definitely a fight for second.
Yeah, and we can see even with the current scores, Team Mappi is going to have a lot of work to do to catch our first place team there with Seto, the Mahjong lovers.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see as we went in, the lead is huge, but we're only halfway through the event, right? We're on session 6 of 10, so
Yes.
every journey has to begin with a small step, right?
Yeah.
And maybe we get that first step right here.
Team Mappi will just have to keep doing something like this multiple times.
Arisawa could just keep winning. There is a timer, I believe 80 minutes, and then
Right.
the hand and 1 more. But if we never leave South 2, who knows what score Arisawa can get by the end of that timer?
It's pretty rare to see those 100,000 point scores without red 5s, but they have happened. Like a number of our viewers might have seen them in M League. The M League does use the red 5s. Those insane looking 100,000 point scores every once in a while, but we have had 1 of them. I'm not sure if it was this year. I think it was last year. But I've casted.
We still see people win Yakuman hands, right?
Yes, so. I've casted 1 game with 100,000. So it happens.
Absolutely. Aragaki there, interestingly, I think she's being a little bit less efficient, but just trying to, I don't know if she's playing for safety there, or maybe I misread the efficiency there. Cutting the 4 there from the 4, 6, 7, 9.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a Sakigiri. It's just for safety. Get it out early. It's not that big of an efficiency loss. It is a minor one, but better safe than sorry, she said. A lot of times when you do aggressively call, you need to get extra tiles out of your hand early. Although this, because of the pair of 1s, I don't think this is one of the hands she's going to be opening 4.
Yeah, that's fair. I do like the dependency on the door there.
Right.
Poor Seto.
I don't know if I'd say I like it.
I don't like it. I appreciate it. I appreciate the
Yes.
struggle. We
Yes.
are waiting. I did use the words poor Seto.
Okay, a pair of white dragons. So now
Been played
Aragaki
once
can
already.
call the hand. It's not
It
worth
has been
much
played once
though.
already. There's a
Yeah.
good chance we're not going to ever see the next one. But I
This-
guess, yeah, it depends on what our next upgrade is, right? If we get anything good, we can play white and be pretty safe. If we
Yeah.
get the white dragon out first, then we have other options. So I like the hedge, having the best of both worlds. Now the white goes out.
And
Yeah,
now she's
so we
going
get
for
that upgrade.
Pinfu. She's going for Pinfu. I was going to mention that this decision is actually a big point of contention between different players, whether to go for Pinfu or hold on to the Yakuhai. And she's a Pinfu player, at least in this situation.
Yeah, in this situation, I think, especially because we have the white dragon already once cut,
Right.
I think it's perfectly fine just to go for just maximum efficiency. Because it's also getting to tempo first, right?
Yes.
We're not tempo yet.
The only downside is you do not get the chance to call if that one white dragon ever shows up. But it would have only been a one-on hand, not super valuable, so.
Would we even have seen the white dragon?
Right.
Like once the white dragon played on row 3, would we have seen it?
Maybe not.
I don't know. It's possible, but if someone's folding already, they're not going to take any risk.
Yeah, could be in the dead wall.
To quote Garth earlier, I played the East, and I knew it was a risk. So why'd you play it then?
Why'd she do it? You have to take risks. The question you always need to ask yourself is, was it worth it?
Yes.
And that
Exactly.
is the answer to why'd you do it. The real answer is because it was worth it. And then
Because I thought it was worth it.
And then you have to justify why you thought it was. Yeah. Okay, one away. No, this is Tempai. Yeah, it's a 3-pin.
But it's no Yaki Tempai there. What's the call?
Hmm.
There was a chance of Sanshoku, but we've given up on the 2-3-4 pin. So
Yeah, I
might
don't
just
remember
be
what the
Tempai only.
call is, but it looks like an honor tile, so maybe it is Yakuhai. Maybe it was South or
If it
something.
is Yakai, then they'll do, yeah.
Okay, we take this Riichi. Does not go for the Ipeiko, the pure double sequence. She goes for the other side. So one less Han, but slightly more tiles to find. Of course, Seto is holding all 3 of the 6 mon. There are 4 of them, so maybe not all 3. All 3 is a bad way to describe it. There's one more 6 mon out there.
Passes, we do have a better weight available.
Fold.
But no, completely fold. Absolutely fair. There are times
Oh,
where
here's
it's
the
not
last
worth it,
6
right?
mon. Yeah.
And we're going to see a very similar thing happen here.
Yeah,
With a chance for getting back to Tempai, maybe we draw the 3 mon.
maybe. Yeah. Tokuoka
But-
cannot sumo though. All the tiles are in
Yes.
other players' hands.
Same thing for Arisawa. There's a chance she can get back into Tempai the
Yeah.
next draw.
So as long as nobody deals in, our other players do have a pretty reasonable chance at Tempai here.
So do they keep it? No.
This is a tough spot. All those tiles are close to the door. 7 so 8 so 9 so.
The 2 so safe to the reach, but I think we also walled off with 3, so there are no 3s left, but doesn't mean it's safe to everyone.
Right.
And maybe don't just rush in.
Yeah,
In moments like this, taking an extra second just to be like, I am making right. I'm not doing something silly, right?
7 so 8 so 9 so high Sozu. An absolute landmine here for all of our players. Even though Tokuoka is not actually waiting there, it looks very difficult to discard anything up there, and that's sort of messing up all of our players' forward momentum. The 6 mon! The perfect time for the deal in! Ooh.
Yeah, we saw 3 of the 6 of bamboo, so maybe you could try and rationalize this one that had 5-6, but that was not a guarantee.
Yeah.
The 6 of characters I was not expecting.
The Mangan, so that switches positions. So now first place overall in the group is now last place in this game.
That is going to be really good news for everybody on this table.
Yeah, except except Sapporo Mahjong lovers.
That's true. But at the same time, as a watcher, I want to see the scores getting nice and close. I want to see it. I want to see it go down to the wire.
So you can have
No one gets a free pass. Not today.
Clutch session number 10.
So the real question is, though, Tokuoka, in her dealership, can she get out of third place and go even further beyond into second? This is this is Aragaki's start. It's not bad, but it's not ideal.
Oh, nice pair for Arisawa. Looks like she's not having too many problems with the tiles here in this game.
Yeah, I was going to say no one gets a free pass, but it does seem like Arisawa is getting back. No, she had to earn her good luck with all the defensive play from earlier.
She had some tougher hands in the East round for sure.
Play, yeah.
Managed to pull out that sneaky 3-so sumo for sumo only to diffuse some very big hands.
Exactly, yeah. But we'll see if she manages to keep that going. Because honestly, if I were her, I just want the game to be over. I don't care. Honestly, I don't mind Tokuoka winning because it helps guarantee that Team Sapporo Mahjong does get that fourth.
Right.
But I don't want to be one to deal in, so...
Yes.
Are the players thinking about that right now? They might be. They might just be thinking, hey, big target on that player specifically, and not overcomplicating anything else, but just that one player. To make sure they lose. I don't know. I'm curious to see to hear about sort of the team strategies behind the scenes. No, when WC are playing again, I'm going to have to ask Jen, because I think that'll be nearer the end of the qualifier. Sort of try and get the mindset of the players going into that final game. Can't interview everyone. I can't interview everyone, but I could definitely interview or ask questions of our own team.
Jen is in the chat, or she was. Perfect time to ask. A 3-pin. I wonder how good that 3-pin in here is.
I almost want to cut the 8-pin.
Yeah, because it locks the door on.
Sanshoku chance, which is really sad.
Right.
I almost want we could just cut the reds. Ooh, yeah, you know what?
Okay. Okay.
I like it. We don't want to give up on the Sanshoku. We don't want to give up on the Dora. So there's really only one choice to do that, right? And that is exactly what we see picked.
Is to give up on the open hand.
Yes. Which honestly, maybe we could just give up on some of the other. Well, you can still open for Sanshoku, right? If it comes.
Yeah, it's true. Sanshoku is an open Yaku, but it'd be really tough.
Yeah. Like Sanshoku Dora is not the most glamorous hand, but
right.
From a position of first place, if you do call for Tenpai, I think that's perfectly fine. Tiles aren't coming though. For anyone involved, obviously we have Tokuoka being one away, but the well appears to be pretty dry as it stands for this one deal. And we are going to see a little bit of defense play from Aragaki. Makes sense to me. I think that's a 4 of Bamboo, which does give us another triplet. Actually gives Tenpai for Seto, but she's going to be reaching on Riichi only. I think it's okay, but I don't feel great about it. I think just Reach cut the 4 is fine, and that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, I mean, it wins on a lot of tiles, even if the value's not there. It's a really good weight. It's hard to improve. It's hard to actually get the value out of it. And you take 2 to 3 tiles of good draws just to even add value. So just trust Riichi to get the value.
I don't hate the Dharma here. And then Riichi if we draw the 5 of dots. I think that's, yeah. Because the 5 of dots not only gives us Pinfu, it gives us a Dora, and it gives us the chance of a mixable sequence if in 3 or 5 each suit. I like that. Also, did we see any Patsusumo?
Ba-bang!
Riichi Patsusumo is going to be, I believe, enough for Seto to get ahead.
Yes.
Given Tokuoka's the dealer.
1,300, 2,600 plus her Riichi stick back. This is the second time that a small Riichi has been absolutely made large by Ipatsumo. Not quite Mangan here, actually. One of the rare cases where Ipatsumo does not get you a Mangan because she didn't have any other Han.
As you're saying, you only need one, but you know what? It's still a very significant win going into all last.
Yeah, it gets her out of last place.
Now you just have to defend it. Or maybe get a Mangan Summon, get another 10,000 effective points. Actually, it'll be 12,000 because Aragaki's the dealer, but certainly second place is achievable, and it will feel like a first place for Seto if she manages it. It does look like Aragaki actually has a very fast hand. The West means she's not really cool, but she's got multiple Dora, and I believe she's only 1 or 2 away. I have to check that again. Because a very, very early dealer reach with Dora too. That would be very exciting and very terrifying for the other players.
That's the biggest thing about Riichi. Works very well as a bluff, but it can also work very well as high value payoff. Because the other players have no idea, especially very early. They really have no idea what's in your hand.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work for Arisawa. But I think Arisawa's main goal here is just to make sure she gets out of this hand safe. I don't know what the time's looking like right now, but it might be that we're getting close to the final hand, even if Aragaki does get some dealer repeats. Wow, what a draw! The same sequence twice in the same suit.
Ooh-wee.
For Seto.
Big, when you have locked in Himeko, pure double sequence, you don't have to worry about the inefficiencies of having to draw a tile that's already out of the wall. when the game just gives it to you, you get to reap the full rewards of the extra Han without the worrying about whether you'll actually draw that side, because it's already there. It's always nice to see it there. Plus, it can also make a ton of other things, like 3 triplets. It can make 7 pairs, and then the legendary twice pure double sequence Ryanpeiko, once in a blue moon.
I still love the lore of Ryan, just the guy who always promises to show up but never actually makes it, you know. Oh, I'll be there, I promise. Just wait for me, I'll make it. But then you just always get good at that by Ryan. It's just never there on time when you need him. But yes, we do have 2 players right now, both 1 away. And honestly, within a good range of each other. That being Aragaki and Seto. If Seto gets the 4 or 7 pin, gets Pinfu, gets the pure double sequence, I think she's got that Dora as well, so she wants to try and find that somehow. This is going to be 10 pi. We're not going to see a reach. We're going to be going for even more value, going for the all inside. Interesting. I'm not sure how I would do that, but I guess 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a 3-sided weight, so it's less efficient, but there are lots of tiles that get you back into 10 pi.
Maybe it's even a safety maneuver. It's because that Dora 2-pin.
That's true.
Is pretty dangerous to be throwing out.
And we can call for all inside as well.
Yes, that's true.
Something I hadn't considered. But yes.
3 3 criteria there that are pro not reaching. Of course, the other criteria is pretty big, is that it's a fair bit slower. And you don't have the dealer reach scaring people off like you did before. 1. Oh, doesn't even want the extra efficiency. Because a lot of times if you keep that 1, the efficient hand that you get means you discard Dora, which would ruin the whole point that she started with. The whole reason she did this in the first place. Dora reach! Any Pon? Pon is not Tempai, but I mean, you could have Dora 3. Passes. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. I mean, you also break Ipatsu. Wait, no, it's called. It is called.
So?
I wonder, was that like a very slow call, or were people just pushing the points around why we didn't see it? Because it seemed like that Pon was pretty late.
It's a tough decision, right? Because obviously you've now announced that you've got the value, which means that people are more likely to deal into Seto.
Yeah, you also risk.
Now.
You also risk just dealing in, right? Every time you Pon like that and it doesn't move you any closer to Tempai, and you throw another tile that might deal in.
That's also very true.
But it was a West, so in that case, she didn't actually risk dealing in.
But yeah, the dependency on the it's not obviously with 258 it's a really nice shape, but we've already called 3 of the 2s away, and we have a 5 in our hand. So the 208 is not as good a weight as you might first think, right? Will it pay off? Not yet.
No dice here.
It is 4-7. We see 2 of the 4s, 2 of the 7s, and may have 3 of the 4s, 2 of the 7s. So it's not as good a weight as it could be, but Seto needs the points, so I 100% defend going for that reach from this position. Tokuoka, I mean, there's a lot of value if she can get more triplets. That's great, but cutting the 4 pin, the 5, so. Oof.
Yeah, but if she lets this go, it's gonna be another last place for.
Oh, do I? Did I move too far away from the mic? Okay, I'll move it closer. Hello. I'm back. I'm closer.
Welcome back. Wait, now I have to turn you down a little bit, I feel.
Oh, no.
The chat is messing up my audio balance. Chat, please. No, I'm just messing. Okay. Yeah, that seems pretty good.
Going out might mean that we get to see Aragaki back in Tempai, because it's now safe to the reach. Obviously here, Arisawa, if I'm in Arisawa's position, I just want to fold, right? I'm going to put all my stakes in making sure that if Seto wins, I win, right? So that I mean, I guess you don't want Seto to win because she might get second, and then that's her team in second place. But
yes, really, you want Tokuoka to win if possible.
Yeah,
but that's hard to control.
Yeah, Tokuoka, she's got a good hand, right? Obviously, if she does draw some triplets, 3 concealed triplets is amazing. She, as far as she knows, she could accept the Dora, but the Dora's been called. Actually, the Dora's been called away. She knows it's not coming. But yeah, it's just really hard to justify making these pushes.
Ooh.
From last place, you kind of have to, though, right?
Yeah, it's hard to give up on the hand. But then again, if Seto deals in, maybe you're not last place anymore. So there is the option of kind of winning by doing nothing, but even just catching a little third is not super great for Team Kamikaze here. Kamikaze Seisakujo. It's a difficult.
You don't want to be discarding the 4 pin into this if you're Tokuoka.
It will definitely deal in. It will definitely deal in. We can tell. Woo!
So that Arisawa has no reason to take risks. As long as she doesn't deal in, she's probably getting first here. So,
right.
We are going to see some very good, disciplined.
I mean,
folding.
16,000 is not that far, especially with the Riichi stick. A Mangan Sumo from dealer actually overtakes Arisawa.
I suppose that's true.
So if you think Aragaki has a Mangan, maybe you want to try and stop it yourself. Yeah, Arisawa plays that 7, so it's hard to defend against 2 players if you think they're both Template, and even possibly 3. Aragaki nabs it with the Dora 3.
12 tiles.
I mean, this is exactly what I was saying. It's a Dora. It's a dealer Mangan that puts Aragaki in the lead.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. The game's not over unless time is called. No, time's not called yet.
Right.
We are continuing to go. But yeah, no, you're all right. Exactly. I hadn't factored in the fact that Aragaki was dealer to add in that 1.5 times score modifier.
Yeah.
And yeah, there it is. 300 points. But suddenly, Arisawa has a lot to lose. Oh, we've got ourselves a game going into this repeat. Not only is there a battle for first place, there's a battle for third.
That's right.
Whoever wins this is going to guarantee a position, either third or first. Looking at this opening set of tiles, it might not be Aragaki. We'll have to see how everyone else's hands are, but this is unfortunately a bit of a jumble.
Bit of a mess.
Yeah.
Maybe that means 3rd and 4th place will have a chance to duke it out. Or maybe it means 13 orphans, Kokushimuso.
I was almost thinking the same thing to Seto, honestly. Everyone's got a pretty rough start. But then if everyone's got a pretty rough start, that means that it's all going to be about your maximizing your hand efficiency, trying to get to a... Well, okay, we do have a bit of a start here from Tokuoka. I think Tokuoka is the only one with a really good start, though, for this final hand. We do have the ability to open from Seto, though, so maybe we'll see some calling. I believe was it Pair of South and Pair of the White Dragon? So I do think when that White Dragon gets played, it's going to be snap called immediately, just because confirming 3rd place is going to be very valuable. Okay, Pair of West, not Pair of South. But still, I think the second that White Dragon comes out, especially if it comes out pretty early, it's going to be called, and we're going to have a fast rush down game on our hands.
I mean, as you mentioned, the point difference between 3rd, 4th, and 1st, 2nd is very close. So with one Honba even on the table, it's really any hand is good enough hand.
Yeah. That's a very good pull, though, for Aragaki, filling in that 7, 8, 9 shape.
Huge.
Getting the Dora 2. Pair of the 4s. We could go for 7 pairs. You don't want to rely on 7 pairs for your final hand, but yeah, we're not going to be doing that. Okay, that's fair. Speaking of huge pulls.
The inside 6 for Tokuoka. Tokuoka has not really had much luck this entire game. She has had a few hands that were almost there, but ended up dealing in on them, which I don't know if people would really consider lucky. It's part of the reason she ended up in last. She had some good hands that just did not pan out in the Riichi battles.
Very true. I'm also noticing that maybe we have a particularly long shot from Seto.
Yes, for 1st place even.
Yes, it would definitely be if she managed to get a triple of all 3 of the dragons. We have seen one of the reds already played, but could there be a world where she pairs up the red?
Oh, there's another red. Oh, it's gone. It's now only small dragons. Yeah.
7 pairs is still a thing worth going for, though.
She's going to keep the red dragon. Maybe little 3 dragons.
See it being a really interesting 7 pairs weight.
Yeah, that's also a possibility. I don't know if twice cut red dragon is that great, but it is easy to get other people to discard.
So I studied this long ago. I think you lose like 1% win rate compared to a none cut.
There it goes. Even after drawing the 3rd green dragon, that convinced her to to discard the last red dragon. Interesting.
Yes, it's time to start calling.
Maximum
Even just
efficiency.
dragon is perfectly fine. Confirming third place is worth 10 points for the team,
Yeah.
and being one away, yeah, it's too hard to say no to.
To be fair, the Sananko, the 3 concealed triplets with 2 Yakuhai, you could see a Baimon, a direct hit Baimon on second or first place would swap their scores, but it would have to be direct. Even Sumo Baimon's not going to do it. It's hard to make 3 concealed triplets and still roan somebody, but it could happen here.
We could even go for 4 concealed triplets.
Yeah, that's true.
Doable.
That's also Yakuman.
Unlikely, but especially since we just saw those 7s get drawn. I think we've seen 2 of them so far.
Right.
3 of them, I believe. That 7 being Adora, though, is going to be very nice for Tokuoka if she manages to get to Tempai. But I guess value doesn't really matter as much as speed at this point in time.
So it's kind of a tough wait for her in the end.
I do think it's very interesting that we never saw the White Dragon come out.
This is Tempai. They're really not the greatest weight. Oh, she's going to go for it. Dora Machi. She's waiting for Dora only.
And I think that does mean we're never going to see this White Dragon get played. Which is going to slow down Seto, which gives Tokuoka more time to draw it.
That's true, but there's 1 left, right?
Yeah, there are not many.
Oh, there it is! Oh,
that's so unfortunate.
So she's now 2,500 down. So if Seto is not Tempai, Tokuoka will still overtake her. So Seto has to find a way to maintain Tempai if she wants to stay ahead of Tokuoka.
Yes, not just maintain, but even get to Tempai in the first place.
Right.
She's taking a step back with the 3-pin there. Doesn't want to play it to this reach, and I totally get why. This could be a call for Tempai from our dealer. But it is passed. The 6 is middle Tsuji. The 3 rules out the 4-5 shape. The 9 discard earlier rules out the 7-8 shape. But the 6 is not guaranteed safe. Still got the pair of 6s. Still got the 5-7 shape that both deal in. Does pass though. Didn't have those shapes this time around. It's going to be a really interesting question for Seto because, yeah, as you're saying, she has to be Tempai or someone else has to win.
Right. Looking over the tiles again, I think there actually might be 1 more copy of 7-Mon in the wall.
2 being held here. I think 1 is being held by Aragaki.
Yeah, so I think there might still be hope.
Right.
I think there is 1 more.
The 1 tile of destiny.
I mean, only fitting for the Dora tile. There's just no way it comes out from another player, right? Not only is it super dangerous, it also actually fits in these players' hands. So if they're pushing, they also have no reason. So it's just a matter of, I guess, whether Seto gets Tempai or Tokuoka gets that last Dora. Oh, no, isn't that a 7-Mon in Aragaki's discard? I think that's what we were looking at before.
Yes.
Yeah, so there are none left. It's whether Seto can find a Tempai, and she's kind of not even pushing for it. So I think she's hoping someone else can stop Tokuoka.
Now, the interesting is the 4 has just passed, which means we've ruled out that 5-6 shape.
Right.
Definitely haven't ruled out the 8-9 shape, and that's what we're still waiting on, but maybe if you're really trying to justify it.
Yeah, because for Arisawa and Aragaki, they both also want to be Tempai as much as they can. If one is Tempai and the other is not, they're going to swap their scores too. So there is a lot of incentive for our players to maintain Tempai, at least, if not outright win the hand. But not enough to throw Dora here. A 4-Mon even from Arisawa, but not Dora.
Yeah, we still got the 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, right? So there's still a way you can make Tempai with that by cutting the 4. And the 4 was played, I believe, by Tokuoka or The 4 was guaranteed safe.
Yes.
By Arisawa.
We might actually see 3 players no 10 here.
I
We're
could see
getting
it.
very close to the end. I think there's just one more tile after this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is the second last tile. So nobody willing to fight up for Tenpai to go against Tokuoka here. Nobody wants to deal in. That is going to put her up above Seto.
Yeah, an amazing save at the last minute by Tenpai payments alone. We talk about this a lot, right? Tenpai payments
Yes.
add up, especially in the format without red 5s.
That's right.
Well played to Tokuoka, getting out of last place in the very final minute.
Yep.
With Aragaki, though, getting the first. That huge dealer hand. Arisawa, who I thought was invisible. I was wrong. Second place. And yeah, unfortunately, Seto is going to be our one who doesn't quite make it. Because Tokuoka manages to steal third place.
What a match. What
Exactly
a
so. Yeah, what a game.
match. Whew. The very end there. It was
That is the
interesting.
perfect situation for those teams, right? But for everyone except the Sapporo Mahjong lovers, them getting a 4th place means that the gap for everyone to first place has gotten a little bit closer.
Right.
Obviously, it's going to be a huge win for Aragaki, but it's still technically a win for the other 2 teams too, because they placed above first place in that game.
Yeah. Although with the other 2 teams, they also need to climb above Mappi as well. Not just so I don't think they necessarily want Mappi winning either. It's tough
I
for
do
sure
agree,
that
but-
we're more than halfway through, and only one team is positive right now.
But we do have 2 more games for you tonight.
That's right.
Same teams, so the scores we saw going out of that are going to be what we see going into this. And for game 2, in the first seed from SPM representing Team Suzaku, we have Michiko Kamio. From in the south seed, we have from JPML representing Team Mappi, Himeko Sakuragawa from JPML. In the west seed, from SPM representing Team Sapporo Mahjong lovers, we have Akari Kimura. And finally, in the north seat, rep from NPM, representing Team Kamikaze, we have Mari Morikawa. We know the scores. I like the Himeko's image. I don't know why.
She's always
So-
doing.
like,
She's always
very fun.
doing something cheeky with her hair.
Yeah, it's definitely very cheeky. I like it.
But yeah, her facial expression is very mischievous here as well. So let's see if that ties into her Mahjong playstyle here in game 2.
Very true. Also, yeah, the image of the red 5, gotta respect it, because we're not playing the red 5s today. But
Yeah, I think that probably has a little bit to do with her name as well, right? Akari. Oh, checking out a nice and oh, I thought she was engaged or something, but it's actually just a fashion statement. That ring it's on her index finger, but it has a one-so. It's a very, very nice and intricate small design of the one-so. It's hard to carve and paint in such a small area.
you know, if I were gonna wear a ring, I'd wear a bamboo towel as a ring. That could be fun.
But you can see Sakuragawa's hair here still different. She's still making a statement with it.
But good luck, everybody on this table.
That's right. We're admiring all the fashion choices going into game number 2. A little bit of a spritz up, a little bit of an energy boost after game 1. Looks like we have an initial delay. Oh,
I think it's a really interesting question.
another redeal. Another redeal.
I'm sure there's probably just something going on with that machine, and after this match, this session, someone's gonna take a look at it. It's gonna be fixed. It's gonna be fine. But yeah, maybe it's just having a little bit of a funny day today. Yeah, okay. So to answer Alex's question, Jen's in chat. Thank you, Jen. Okay, so these WRC Red 5s for JPML and M League. Okay.
Yeah, M League, of
Cool.
course, being the big popular one. Red 5s are good for TV. Is that what they said? think that was their explanation for why
You do
Emily
get
uses
hands.
red fives.
It's exciting, right? I do like the.
Okay, everyone being
sometimes you get more, like,
extremely
highlights.
careful this time to draw their tiles, so we don't have to do another redo of the first draw going.
So I know a lot of online leagues have red fives. One league I
Yes.
used to cast definitely did.
Yes.
I think it depends on the I guess who you're aiming at, right? If you want to be really 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 serious, it's like we must build Yaku. This is the only way we can make value. There are rule sets for that.
Hmm.
But yes, okay, yeah. So also yeah, shout outs to JPML English channel. I won't be on there because I'm not a WRC pro, but you can find many people from our commentary team on there that are WRC pros, and definitely go tune into that. It's really good. I always lurk in those broadcasts. It is a good time. But right now, we're here for the Sankei Shimbun Cup. Game 2. East 1.
Game 2 here. No false start this time. Piles have been discarded, 1 by each player, 2 by the dealer. So we're for real. Nobody has a good hand though.
Yeah, I
Can
was
we
thinking that.
redeal again? Well, we'll see how they play it. The hands where nobody has good hands all very interesting because we can see who is convinced into folding. A lot of efficiency decisions. You have to make a lot more efficiency decisions when your hand is worse. So we're gonna see a lot of what would you do, what would you discard.
I think it's honestly really, yeah. I often see a really bad hand as almost freeing because you have, I guess, two choices, right? In my opinion, you either think, okay, so I'm probably not going to win this hand anyway, so I might as well go for value. So how can I build value here? Or maybe if you really think someone else is going fast, you get to fold really early, and I guess that's the boring option. But like you have to make that decision, I think, and it's quite interesting.
Looks like Kamio's hand has shaped up the quickest though. One other thing about being the dealer, other than the extra points you win, is it's not talked about very often, but you get the first draw. So you're tempo wise, you actually have first mover advantage. You know, just like in chess, you might make 50 moves each in a game, but the player just by going first gets a sizable advantage. That kind of advantage isn't as big in Mahjong, but it's still a reasonable advantage in that the dealer gets to be the first player, so they get to see more tiles usually than the rest of the table.
It's very true. Yeah, if you all get to tempai in exactly 6 draws, then the dealer will be the first person who reaches tempai. Right?
Yeah.
It's not huge, but
It is still an advantage that the dealer has, in addition to winning more points, which is the bigger advantage.
But you have to totally this all up. It's one of the reasons why I really like rule sets like this one here, where even if you win, it is as dealer at last. You have to keep going, right?
Right.
So it means that everyone gets 2 full dealerships with all the little advantages, and you could argue some disadvantages too of both.
Yeah, if you're winning by 100 points in South 4, you don't usually want to be dealer. That's one of those cases where you're like, oh, I wish I wasn't dealer right now. Anybody sumos and I'm out of first place.
Yeah, exactly. But there are lots of advantages too, right? As you were just saying. So, yeah.
Generally, it's advantageous.
I want to talk about Kimura. I see her struggle. It's real. Having the 789, and then just a 9 of bamboo, the Dora just sitting there with nothing connected to it. I see you. I see the struggle. But you can't play it. No way can you give Dora away for free. Unless you have something very exceptional. Maybe if you get the Itsu, I could justify playing Dora, but not otherwise. That pure straight 1 to 9. I should probably explain what the Itsu is to anyone who is not knowing what the funny words mean. But yeah, this has turned into a situation where, even though everyone had a relatively slow start, because I guess the further away from Tenpai you start, the easier it is to get upgrades. We have quite a few players who are now 1 away, with Dora 3, no less, for Sakuragawa. 1 away again here for Morikawa, but I don't think it's quite as exciting as having Dora 3 hidden away in this hand. A little side grade, but not taken, because we don't want to give away our weights to 5 when we reach this hand. So we're going to cut that 4 the second we draw it, without thinking too hard. I think we knocked 1 tile off the wall, but that's okay. Not a big enough disruption to count as a punishable thing or anything like that, so we're fine. Yeah, once again, 1 away for Kamio as well, but this is the hand right here that I'm excited about. And we are going to see the Dora get played now because it is potential Itsu. We were talking about that. I said I'd play it when we got the potential pure straight. 1, 2, 9 in the same suit, just missing the 6, I believe. 3 will also win for probably just reach Pinfu, but you really want to get that 1 to 9. And there's the 6. I think it deals in. Oh, but it doesn't matter if you just draw it yourself. Reach Ipatsusumo Pinfu Itsu. Did not for Buradora, but that is more than good enough. Huge early win for Kimura. If game 1 was the game of people winning very cheap hands, this is the game of opening up with a Hanuman. Well then, we are moving on to East 2 with a bit of a score gap. Obviously, you can always overcome it. There is no such thing as a completely lost position. And for our dealer Sakuragawa here, it's actually a pretty decent start. Drawing the 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3 pair of R1s. Probably is going to be Pinfu, but easily can accept the 5 of character Dora.
Ooh.
Otherwise,
That 5 character Dora is going to come in handy.
We saw a Hanuman in East 1.
Big win for Kimura. And the Sapporo Mahjong lovers bouncing back after the game 1 loss.
Yeah, just build Itsu. You know, I've been talking about Sanchoku this whole time, but just build Itsu instead. May see it again here from Sakuragawa.
I mean, in the first game, it wasn't Sapporo Mahjong lovers, but it was Aragaki Suzaku kept getting Itsu. I don't think she ever actually won the full straight, but she kept drawing 8 of the 9 pieces, like 4 hands in a row.
Yeah, exactly. We were teased with Itsu, but it can be won. I promise. We've seen it.
Yep,
it can be won.
The proof is on the screen.
This has been a much faster hand so far. We'll see how things end up going, but obviously Kimura has not got as exciting a start as she did in the first hand, but
right.
Everyone else, I believe, still, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really, Kamio looked like she had it going in the first hand. The fastest. The Kimura got the good draws. Made it all the way from 1 to 9, and here goes Kamio once again.
The 3 pin is the weight there. It's not a great weight, but it is an early reach. We've talked about how good reaches are, especially if you do it early enough.
Looks like Sakuragawa wants the same tile as well, but he's not quite Tenpai yet. Very tough decision on an early Riichi. She could just fold right off the bat with 6-mon, but she's thinking about whether it's worth it. She's not going to fold immediately.
I think it's fine to play a terminal when you don't have much ammunition around. It can backfire in a bad way,
right?
Yeah,
especially it's Ipatsu turn.
1 away for Pinfu here, but having to cut the 4/7 of bamboo is an ask.
Yeah, I mean the 2 pin is an option. You at least have 2 sets of 3-pin to slightly reduce the chance it deals in, but she's gonna fold.
That's true. Yeah.
9 man. Not even
Yeah, I was hoping
100% safe, but Terminal Suji, very safe tile. Just not
this
100.
is Tempai
Yeah, same
for our
weight,
dealer.
same weight,
weight,
but she
but-
doesn't know.
When you're second to reach, do you want to take that risk?
Such a brutally bad hand. She's gonna make Tempai, but not go for it. Not Riichi.
So she can't run, but even if she did run, she wouldn't get the win because Kamio has priority through the head bump rule.
That is too funny. It's true.
I am a fierce disliker of the head bump rule
Of the
because
head bump.
I only ever think about it when it affects me badly. You never know when you win because of it. You always know when you.
Sometimes you don't even know. If the other player doesn't say anything, you don't even know that you head bumped somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh.
But when you get head bumped, it's a feeling.
Chance to switch weights here. It's not any better of a weight, but the 2-pin is probably safer than the 6-pin. But Sakuragawa disagrees and just throws a reach in.
We could see the head bump here. I don't think
Yeah.
it's going to happen right now, but I could definitely see now the 6 has come out and it's ruled out that 4-5 shape. I could see someone playing the 3.
There's only one more copy of the 3-pin in the wall. So high chance that it would be from one of these players instead. Will it happen though? And of course, if it does, Kamio gets the win. Sakuragawa, unfortunately, minus 1,000. The Suji tile
yes,
drawn on the Ipatsu turn, but unfortunately for Sakuragawa, she wasn't able to do the Karagiri, the swappy doppy. She didn't have another 6-pin in hand to swap it, so it was obvious to the other players that she had just Sumogiri reached or drawn and discarded reach from an already Tempai hand. Ah, but she finds the last one!
Oh, Kamio's gonna be really sad when she realizes that
the one way that she could win, completely blocked off by any Ron from head bump by Kamio.
Do we have the error on the 2-pin?
Yeah.
So even better for Sakuragawa.
Oh my goodness. The one way she could have won, the very last tile, and it had to be Sumo. There it was for Sakuragawa. It's paying off. And now she's the dealer once again.
They can get this start. It's much like the last hand. It's nice. Could go for an outside hand. Could go for the 1-2-3 Sanshoku. I say these things as if they're great. What I really mean is I'm coping.
There's possibilities.
Yeah, exactly.
Morikawa here has a decent hand as well. Morikawa.
Kamio starts well.
Yeah.
Kamio has Itsu. She's definitely got a lot of good sequences already built in. Maybe this is the game for Itsu. Maybe Kamio's going to build an Itsu now. Kimura got it in Itsu 1. Kamio might be able to get it in Itsu 2.
Here's Kamio. Kamio maybe might get the half flush.
I'm looking at the wrong player when I say
Morikawa has that full straight going on.
Okay. My apologies.
But
There it is. Yes.
Kamio definitely has something of her own cooking. It's kind of only half cooked so far though. Probably not going to be half flush with that 5-6 pin in hand.
It's one of those situations where we don't actually have a pair yet, so in Morikawa's hand. So even though there's a lot of things we can do, it's already going to depend on where we make our first pair.
What an amazing draw. That inside fill on 6-7-8 so is going to be huge. I think the camera operator expected that white dragon to get called. He had scrolled us over there, but actually no call. So kind of surprising to everyone here. Kamio does not call the white dragon. She's gonna hold out. Three pin from Sakuragawa. Kimura starts moving. Gonna go for an all simples. A Tanya. That 7 Mandora probably part of the reason why she makes
think
these
that's
open
perfectly fine.
calls. She still needs it though. She doesn't have the actual Dora itself yet, but she's waiting for it.
Yeah.
The last white dragon gets called. Okay, Kamio, no more time for waiting.
Yeah, I must admit, I do that sometimes when I see the first dragon go through. If I'm thinking I can reach this hand, I can go for a bit more value.
Right.
Maybe.
Sakuragawa is Tenpai now. No Riichi though.
Mhm.
And no Yaku, so she can't roam. Oh, here's a Tenpai as well. This one is definitely Riichi.
Infu, Dora 1, all inside.
And this not
Speaking
quite
of
Tenpai, but
calling,
one away for Kamio.
breaks the Ipatsu too, right? So
Oh.
there's a lot of value to that as well.
Oh, I thought Sakuragawa would do the one turn wait Riichi again, but she doesn't do it this time. Oh, oops, have to turn it again because somebody called my Riichi tile. Oopsie. Now what's the play? Is it Riichi
Yeah,
time
this is
as
very
dealer?
this-
You're thinking about it. Nope, still no.
That could scary, but at the same time, I guess what you got to ask yourself: what upgrades do you have?
Yeah, I mean, if your tile gets dealt out, you can't win. No Yaku. That's the toughest part, I
Also
think,
very
here for
true.
Sakuragawa. She's gonna keep
Yeah.
pushing without Yaku. She's gonna have to sumo.
I think there's value in that. Like even if it's just keeping Tenpai, like maybe I just decide to fold.
Ooh, Tenpai here as
Tenpai.
well for Kamio. Very dangerous tile to discard, but out it goes, and Kamio is Tenpai.
It would have dealt in had the reach come out.
Right. I think
Like you were saying,
Sakuragawa's already started to fold though, so guess that's the reason she didn't reach you. She was willing to give up the hand if it didn't go her way, and
I think that's
that's the
perfectly fine
route
though,
she's
right? You
taking.
don't have to be super aggressive. You can also just try and keep Tenpai
Hmm.
if you can sneak a way of keeping that going.
Yeah. She
Kind of what we're
decided
seeing here.
even keeping Tenpai wasn't worth it anymore. That 5-mon has already been discarded. So out it goes.
And yeah, the 8 would be Suji to this reach.
Oh,
So
there's a 3-pin! That deal then!
Mhm.
What's the play here for Kamio? She's already pushed a lot of tiles and already called too many. Out it
The
goes.
attack continues, but it deals in. Did not flip her a Dora, but it's still nothing wrong with reach pin through all inside. Dora 1. Going to be a huge with Morikawa. Yeah, another manga. Very, very good.
Yeah. And
Kamio's having a bit of a bad
Kamikaze
day.
Seisokujo needs that. Needs any points they can get. Need a lot of first place here if they want a shot at winning the group.
Well, if, as we learned earlier on, Suzaku, the Phoenix, might rise from the ashes perhaps, but some work is going to be needing to be done. Kamio's had a bit of a rough start, unfortunately. But yeah. All right, so we go into East 3.
Yeah, I almost wonder if 13 Orphans Kokushi Muso was an option there for
Kimura, yeah.
Morikawa, but she gave up on it on
Morikawa.
turn 1.
She does have the pair of dragons.
Yes, she does
I
have
can
that as an
see
alternate
maybe just
line.
trying to get a cheap win to move the game along to East 4.
This hand is just kind of sad, although her first 2 draws have
Yeah.
been perfect. So
That's true.
it might not be sad for very much longer.
Sakuragawa also on a very, very solid hand here. We're hopefully seeing a nice early Tenpai. Oh, as you're saying, yeah, 3 perfect draws.
Woo. Luck
For a second, I was thinking,
boost.
do you want to go all inside if you're playing Kamio's hand? But honestly, She doesn't need to go for that right now. Keeping the
Right.
579, the 7 being the door, of course, in bamboo, perfectly fine. Hopefully getting the 6, then maybe we can get all the inside on top, but no need to force it. That 8 is very interesting. If we are going to be going for that all inside route, having a pair is very nice to have.
Oh, that's
Speaking
another
of
pair.
pairs,
It is another
yeah,
pair. Any pawn? No pawn. No triplet run, at least not yet. A lot of those pairs were outside tiles, like terminals and honors. So I was wondering if maybe Honroto was a possibility for Morikawa. But she left the one so she let the one so go, so I think she's gonna run on 7 pairs. Definitely I can still feel the urge. That one so on the table is like burning in the back of my mind. She does make a call and outgo the one so she's just trying to play a Yakuhai hand. She is South player, so South is a Yakuhai for her.
that makes sense. Yeah,
In
obviously
a
South and Dragons would be
yeah,
pretty nice.
it'd be something. But all triplets Honroto, 2 Yakuhai, that could be a bomb. Missed her chance with that. But
She also mentioned that Kamio is now.
No! One so backfired.
And I think she's going to take this Dora and make it work. Now we don't want to draw the 6 anymore.
I mean, it seems pretty reasonable to me. Ooh, this is a tough one. You need another Dora.
Yeah. We see 2 of them, of course.
Right.
There is one left, I think, still.
Another call made. Another Yakuhai acquired. Morikawa is moving forward.
Still 2 away, though.
Right.
I mean, with calls,
right.
maybe people see 2 calls there, and I'm going to be thinking that you're...
Oh, Tenpai! Dora away! This could be a nice Dama 10. Yeah, Sakuragawa has been Dama 10ing the whole time. Closed Tenpai. Not many reaches. But this time she can actually roam, and it's pretty valuable.
Yeah, Pure Secret Dora 2. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Very hard to get this from other players, though. Even closed. Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to be playing the 7 of Bamboo, personally.
It might happen. But there's only one left as well.
There's a good chance that even if it does get played, we'll end up on a head bump situation. With I believe, Kamio also waiting on the 7 of Bamboo.
Once again, Kamio blocking Sakuragawa ahead.
Once again. But then again, last time Sakuragawa got the sumo.
Yeah, she just sumoed it. She found the last time. Like, I feel like Kamio might discard Dora here. If she gets a 6-0 instead of a 7-0.
Oh. I could see it if she draws the 6. Maybe.
Yes. That's
I could
really
also
the
see...
only way, but it's kind of likely. That's a 2.
I could also see it going 8 pin, honestly.
Yes. That's also
many
reasonable.
Of the upper pins we've seen been played.
But she is down in last place right now, so maybe the fastest route to Tenpai, highest win percentage.
That's fair,
could be in her arsenal. Could be her first decision. If we get to the 3rd row, though, I do agree that I don't think we'll see the door come out for her. In the meantime, Morikawa is Tenpai.
Morikawa is Tenpai.
Riso goes through this time.
We do see a lot of the 2s and 5s already. Everyone else's hands locked away.
And everybody else just draws 3 so they all get to discard it.
Yeah.
Still no Tenpai here.
Yeah, so my count is 4 of the 2 5s already known, but that's one of the 4 that aren't.
Yeah, those are pretty good odds when you're already in the 3rd row. Pretty good odds of drawing your tile if there's still 4 left in the wall.
Exactly so, and that's what we see.
Nice gain for Morikawa.
But at the same time, it's the points that no one else wins, right?
Yes.
Go with the Dora 2. In fact, Sakuragawa also with the Dora 2 if she manages to pull that. So even a small win, just diffusing the bombs. We were talking about that earlier, right?
Yep.
We're
Even
not detonating today.
don't detonate the bombs, defuse them exactly. Even if Sakuragawa won that without Riichi, as she was playing Dominton, it's the 40 fu that always adds, because you get that on a closed win, whether it's Riichi or Dominton. The 40 fu
Exactly.
pushes her up to like 5,200 instead of 3,900, so it's still a decent amount of points.
So it is now Morikawa's dealership in East 4. And all the scores between the top 3 players here are very, very close. We
That's
still
right.
have an entire South round for Kamio to make a comeback.
Kamio's next dealer turn is going to be vital.
Exactly so.
Is this flush time? That's 3 pairs
It
in
has to
one
be, right?
suit.
I think it has to be, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
I'd be considering 7 pairs.
It's
I think
not
I'd
a-
be playing the 6 of bamboo. I'd be playing 7.
Ooh. Okay, it's not
Oh.
completely flush time. That north is 0 out. So it's a
Yeah.
reasonable tile if you're going for 7 pairs half flush.
I would have gone for both and probably ended up settling for 7 pairs, waiting on something else.
She's going for maximum efficiency here.
Either way, though, she does need to win a hand.
Right.
That I don't think has happened
Okay,
yet.
so keeping the 7 mon paid off. She does connect with a 5 mon. Not super great, but it does pay off.
Yeah, I don't really want to call 5-7 a payoff, but it is if you draw the 6, right?
Technically, a little bit.
A little bit, maybe.
I mean,
just a
yeah.
tiny bit.
It's kind of what you expect when you make a decision like that, I think. Now it's a full payoff. Well, there you go. She
I
could
stand corrected. You
feel
love to
the
see it, all right.
Manzu coming into her hand. There they are.
Meantime,
Value's still not great, but as we mentioned, Riichi can change all that. Of course, Kimura has the 3 door in her hand. She's just trying to find a way to actually win because her hand is very slow right now.
I like that Sakuragawa setting an early Suji trap by playing that 4. Obviously, keeping 3 is nice. It gives you the acceptance of 2-5 as well, but the 3 is our only pair, and we are likely to be waiting on the 7 at the end of this hand. So I like the earlier cut of it. It's
Yeah,
much
those are
easier
some pretty sneaky
to play it
moves.
early.
Just Suji 3 and Suji 7
Yeah.
are very suspect, especially to pros.
Yes.
But maybe if
Yeah,
you can
pros
just
are excited.
convince them just a little bit, just if they have a really good hand and they're pushing it, you might get it.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, the middle-less Suji, yeah, sure, the middle-less Suji are always going to be less safe because of the fact that you have lots of different shapes that complete it,
Right.
right? With a Suji 1, you only have the 2-3, you have the 2-3 shape that completes it. With the 2, you have the 1-3, I guess, but yeah.
Yes.
And yeah. I think I'm rambling, but I kind of you have to sort of rule out certain things.
Yeah, I mean,
Obviously, in my ideal
when you look at it from it almost feels like writing a math proof, right? Like you're calculating all the odds. When you do calculate all the combinations, as you mentioned, a 2 can be an inside weight with 1-3, but a 3, it can be an inside weight with 2-4, it can be an edge weight with 1-2, or it can be an open-ended weight with 4-5. So there's actually 3 different sequences that can make it, whereas with a 2 or an 8, there's only 2 different sequences. Of course, they all still have the chance of pair or triplets, so I mean, if you think it's a pair or a triplet hand, you never trust Suji, no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm.
Thank you for finding the words when I
Yeah.
got started. Something's going to come out though. That early Suji trap does pay out.
Yeah, there it is. Haha, checkmate.
Honestly, that 4 was there for a reason. It was played
Right.
with intent, and it paid off.
There it is. Couple thousand points from Morikawa. And Team Mappi is not quite in the lead. I
Just
thought they
salute, I
were,
believe, to
but
Kimura's hand.
yeah,
Dora
they're
3
a
didn't quite
1,000
make it.
behind. I mean, they really wouldn't be in the lead if Kimura had landed the Dora 3, so probably a good thing for Team Mappi that they stopped that.
Honestly, yeah. I don't think it got to tempo. I think it was one away. But
Yes, it was one
when
away.
you've got Dora 3, you have to you have to
Right.
give it some attention at least.
Yeah.
Dora is the 3 of characters, but no one has 3 of them as far as I can tell. In fact, no one has any of them as far as I can tell, which is very interesting for the person who draws the first 3 of characters.
Oh,
No, I'm
there they
wrong.
are.
Right here.
There they are in Kamio's hand. Kamio, the most needing of them.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say.
That's the best word.
And the one who has the most to gain from it being Dino.
Whoa! Are we gonna see a 13 Orphans maneuver from Morikawa here? Maybe.
One of the great things about 13 Orphans is it's very easy to defend from if
Yes.
things do go wrong. Unless one's specifically targeting for your overflow honor tiles, in which case.
Unless
Dangerous.
you're one away from Tempai, then it's really hard to get away from it.
Yes.
And you're
Well,
pushing
really
all
easy to
kinds
fold,
of
but
things.
You actually have to fold to make that happen.
Right. Well, and a little
But we do definitely.
little accidental sideways discard, quickly fixed, turn back. Oh, the 1-mon comes out already. So a different
doing
line
flush.
for Kamio.
I think Pin Flush is also definitely a valid line.
Hmm.
And, maybe we would have got a bit more in if the first few draws had gone differently. But this is a very
that looks like where Morikawa is going to go here. Pin Flush it is. Kinzu Honitsu.
In the meantime, Dealer Kamio is committing to using both those 3 of character Doras.
She's collecting. I think she would pawn a third one at this point, honestly.
Absolutely, yes.
Another half flush tile, but no improvements in speed to Tempai. Unlike
This is
unlike Kamio here. Kamio is on the cusp of something great. Especially as dealer. We could see a Hanem on your 18,000 points. It's no small cut into the leads of these other 3 players.
That's very interesting. I would have kept the 5 pin. I know it's less efficient, but I want to be able to pawn the door. I would triple up the door, in fact.
Yeah.
I want to have
the pawning of Dora makes the hand so weak.
It's still a
weight wise, yes, but value wise, it's very strong. Oh, here we go. Well, she has to take a bad weight anyway here, unless she wants to throw that right back, and I don't think she does. She's gonna reach it. Unfortunately, no Yaku with the 9 so Riichi is required to run, so she goes for it.
Still, it's reached Dora 2.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that, especially if you're very lucky.
Sumo with the Kiriage Mangan rules is Mangan. Reach Sumo Dora 2.
Time to count how many tiles we see already. There's 1.
And
it still isn't Tempai for...
Yeah, here's another 4 pin.
That still means that there's 2 left.
Right.
We could easily see it somewhere. With 2 tiles? I don't know I don't like it, but definitely don't hate it.
Yeah, it's definitely not insane to see a sumo win here. Oh, tripled up. Morikawa not out yet.
Kimura's out of this hand, which it makes sense. She's in first place. She doesn't need to take a risk into the dealer reach.
There's a 3 pin. As you mentioned, Kimura not going to give any of that up. Well, that would have been Tanyao.
But again, it's not worth waiting that many turns
right.
just for that one hand upgrades, right?
Yeah, especially when you can't run, when you can't win off other players.
And I do think everyone else is folding to this reach right now, so it is all about those 2 remaining tiles. Like even Morikawa, I think, was folding to that. Her hand was incredible for the flush potential.
Right.
We saw that 7-pin discarded.
I think her hand was just a little too slow. A little too many extra dangerous tiles that have to come through here. Oh, but there's another Pinzu. Yeah, no, she's mostly done. There's a small chance she could get Tempai, but doesn't seem very likely.
That's true. She's got the triplet of the dragons, and if she was really, really, really folding, she'd be playing those first, but still can make a winning hand just by having the white dragon only. But not anymore when you've drawn that 4 of darts.
There it
Flipper,
is.
we did not Flipper, no. It's the 7, not the 6. My apologies. But that is still more than good enough for our dealer.
Well,
Maybe it's not good enough.
I'm
Maybe
sure
she's
she
still
would have
alive.
loved the Hanuman. I'm sure
Yeah,
she would have
true.
loved the Hanuman if it had come. But it is still a huge win. 12,000. No joke. Now just one more of those and she'd actually be in the lead. From last to first in one dealer turn. But she needs another one. And as we mentioned, without red 5s, it's not so easy to just make a Mangun.
True. And this is kind of a sad situation. We've got all the odd tiles and need to draw some evens to make anything.
Yeah, I think Kamio does have one even tile, and it's the Dora, so the best even tile to get.
Very true.
Dora seems to be evenly spaced between all of our players here. Oh, she also has an 8-mon, and now that's also really good because it just connected with the 7-mon she picked up.
Yeah, I think the Dora is the least useful tile in terms of speed in the hand, sadly. But it is a Dora, so we're going to keep it.
Right. Only Sakuragawa here doesn't have a Dora right now. So there's one more left in the wall somewhere.
And it definitely would fit into Sakuragawa's hand. Though it looks like she's building another Itsu. I believe, especially with that 3 of dot draw. Gonna speed that
that's
up
right.
quite significantly. Have to see which tiles we're actually missing from that. If it's the 7 of dots, we might see it come out at some point. It is the 7 of dots.
I wonder if Sakuragawa would call a 7 of dots here.
Yeah, I'm thinking. As a question I was about to ask, right? The score's this close. Maybe open Itsu is not actually a bad thing to go for. If it confirms Uriaki.
Yeah, there is still South 2, 3, and 4 to play, so a small lead is not going to mean much. But it still gets you there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. Gotta respect keeping the 3 of bamboo just in case we draw that 2. Always keeping that the potential extra value.
Yeah, I mean, it would, if the open Itsu, the open full straight is only worth 1 Han, getting at least 1 Dora on it would be nice to at least get some value. And here's a 3-cell for Kamio, so her Dora is now being used pretty well.
Yeah, if the 2 wasn't the Dora, I'd be looking at that and saying, hey, we can make that mixture sequence in 3, 4, 5, but sadly, because 2 is a Dora, that we're keeping the 2, 3, I think, no matter what.
Right.
Unless we pair it up, of course. Then we can keep the 3, 5, 7 and get excited about that, but
here's the 2-pin. So again, switch the 2 with the 5 for the better weight.
Absolutely. What's that tile? What have we drawn? I can't see. It was the east, okay.
And the 4-pin gets put in the hand for Sakuragawa. Very nice.
That probably does ruin the Itsu, but just honestly getting close to Tempai is perfectly fine. Now at the end of row 1.
No arguments here on that.
Yeah.
I think she's 1 away from Tempai now.
Like,
I deciphered it well enough.
yeah, still not quite there. But there's so much value actually in that hand. I really want to see it succeed, just because I like seeing cool things win.
True. I also like seeing cool things. Oh, another fill in between 3 and the 5 4-mon hits.
One way
For
for Adela here.
Kamio.
That's one of our 7s. It's gone. I think that is going to mean that if the 7 is played by our dealer here, it's not. I don't think I'm ever going to see that 7 get played. I think the 7 is our pair. It's going to be fixed like that forever. But with 1 already gone, I think it will be called for Tenpai.
Sounds reasonable to me.
But yeah, the odds of that 7 ever getting played by Kamio here, I think, are basically close to 0.
There's maybe an off chance that a 6 or a 9 pin convinces her to do it later on.
She'd have to pair something else up first, though. That's the issue, right?
Well, I mean, you could go headless if you have 7, 8, 9. That's a completed meld. Oh, but it doesn't. That's not the way her hand goes. She gets the perfect draw into Tenpai now.
1-4 deals in. The 1 was thankfully played by Sakuragawa for her. Pretty early. She played it immediately after drawing it. So she is safe for now. And yeah, she's going to be folding. Makes sense. It's good to have dreams. It's really good to go for the value when you can find it, but if you get the feeling it's just not working out this time around, and you're in the lead, there is no reason not to force it. Sorry, there's no reason to force it.
Yeah, but like I mentioned, the scores are so close. Sometimes there is, maybe not completely force it, but there is a reason to push.
True.
We'll see if it changes her mind at some point during this hand, or whether she's going to avoid dealing that specific tile at all costs. Dealer Riichi, I think, is a pretty big deterrent, so that's probably the main reason. Like, there might be some reasons to force it, but probably not against the Dealer Riichi.
Yeah, exactly. So Kamio's last hand was very valuable, right? She had the Mangan.
Yes.
So just saw 2 of the 4 remaining tiles that deal in drawn.
Like a psychological effect. Oh, if it was big last time, it could be even bigger now. Oh no.
I do think that sometimes. There are some players who are very good at building very valuable hands. This is Tenpai, though.
Wow. Sakuragawa has a chance at an upset. She has Yaku. She has the mixed not mixed, the pure double sequence. Yeah, Ipeko. The twin sequences right in the middle there.
I think there's only 2 tiles left in the 1-4 weight.
Is that it? So... No, that's not it. She picked it up. I thought like she had found her treasure, but
not quite.
It wasn't. Oh, she risks it though. There's the 4-mon right back. Not the most unsafe tile, but it's not completely safe.
There are actually no Phis left, but she's fighting for Tenpai, right? That's going to be 1,500 points for her.
That's true. We're almost there. In fact, I think that's the last tile. Yep.
It's worth fighting for. 1,500 points is 1,500 points. Going to be a very good win for Kamio too. Obviously, I think her hand was a lot more worth, more than that if she was able to win, but getting 3,000 points closer to Kimura and Morikawa is never going to be something I'm going to complain about. And it's going to make this next hand very interesting. 2 repeat counters, 1 Riichi stick, 1,600 points.
See if you can.
Doesn't sound that much.
See if you can find a way to do it again. Either with Tenpai points, or with Mangan, or with something else this time. She's used all the tools in her arsenal to make this comeback. Still not quite out of last, but just looks like one more push will get her there.
And yeah, but that's what we've seen her, right? Like, she's had some bad luck, but she's kept going.
Yes.
She's fighting tooth and nail. The fact that, like, I think one of the hands that she ended up losing to was only because someone else summoned her weight first before she did.
Yeah, Sakuragawa's big draw, the big score in that first hand.
Oh, this is really interesting for Kimura. it's kind of just a mess, but there's potential for maybe an exciting mess. We'll see. You'll see.
Ooh. Yeah, 7 pairs, 13 orphans. Those are exciting messes.
The half flush was also there, right, with potential dragon triplets.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
half flush is kind of a mess, but at least it's all the same color, so you can sort it more easily.
We still have, I think we had to get 3 tiles, depending on which suit should be picked. So
Right.
yeah. So it's not confirmed, but you know what it is. We do also have that pure things. We were talking about that last hand, but Morikawa with the 4-4-5-5-6-6 in the bamboo suit did just draw the 5 of bamboo as a triplet, so maybe we can go for a triplet based hand instead. But for now, it's 2 sequences and an extra tile lying around. Ooh, well, that changes everything. Having the 4-4-5-5-6-6 and a 5-7 left over, perhaps, or plenty of other ways you can separate that shape out.
Okay.
I think it's interesting we've kept the south this long. I think it's just a defense. It must be just keeping as a safe tile, right? Because it is once cut.
Yeah, like a Sakigiri, very early one.
But it's still interesting.
Yes.
A little bit of a backfire, cut the 9, drew the 7. But it's the right thing to do when we've got a triplet of 8s. It's more efficient to keep the triplet and hope to draw shapes anywhere else. Oh, okay.
It opens up a lot of
believe that's-
possibilities. Probably not a half flush or a full flush anymore.
No. But it's 2 away. A very wide 2 away too. I'm pretty sure a lot of bamboo tiles get you that extra step. I think that does it as well.
Yep. It's
It's not quite
nice.
so bad, but 1 away.
Oh, gonna break up the 6-8. This is very interesting. Could be going for the full flush, maybe not.
I think the main thing there is that the Green Dragon's Dora. If it wasn't there, I would cut it without thinking. But when you are giving up on potential Dora 2 and potentially giving someone else Green Dragon Dora 3, right? That's always the worry, right? When you haven't seen any dragon, any of a certain dragon played by the end of row 1, there's a chance,
Okay.
a non-zero chance someone else has a pair. Oh, and I do! It was just drawn by Kimura. Dora 2. If this green gets played, I think this is Tempai. I have to check it quickly. It's going to get called. So Green Dragon Dora 3 is shown. It's just such a shame that Kimura's, the rest of her hand is not quite there yet. Is this Tempai? Hang on. No. No, it's not. It's not quite Tempai yet. Right?
Doesn't look Tempai to me.
No, it's just a really wide 1 away.
Otherwise, the 3-4 would also be Tempai in this situation.
Well, one of those 5 of bamboos just kind of sticking out as a bit of an awkward shape. Although we could easily use that as a triplet, right? So, depending on what we draw, lots of ways that ends up in a Yam Men 2-sided weight.
Right.
But yeah, with the player showing a guaranteed 8,000 points, it's always a little bit scary, even if you don't know how close they are to the rest of the hand. This North is actually live. Yeah. Oh, that's not good at all.
That's what's making Morikawa think really hard. But there it goes. And it's called. Still no Tempai. Yeah, Kimura putting up a big bluff right now. But in one turn, her bluff could turn into a real threat. Just needs one good draw.
It has caused Morikawa to fold, though, cutting the 6 of characters instead of I believe the 3 of bamboo or something, I think it was.
Yeah, I wonder if even efficiency-wise it was worth calling the North. Maybe it really is more of a bluff move than anything. But here it is, Tempai.
the 8 of darts. Not the greatest weight in the world, but as I say, it's made Morikawa fold. And I think there's 1 8 of dots out there. One away for Sakuragawa. But will she be willing to reach?
Right.
Situations like this where I tend to make poor choices. I tend to stress out. Obviously, I don't expect these pros to be doing that, but oh, that's still not Tenpai. But very interesting. A decision to be made. The player with the 2 calls has played 2 of bamboo as their very first discard. We see 3 of the 2 of bamboo. I think the 1 is relatively safe. I can't say the same thing about the 5 pin. I definitely can't say the same thing about the 6 or the 8 of bamboo. But I think the 1 is safe, and that's what we're going to see discarded. That would have been Tenpai, I believe, had we not folded earlier, but this is the player I'm interested in the most. Yeah. What are they doing? They're keeping the 1 away as much as they can. They're trying to stay safe. But where do they draw the line? I'm really curious. It's the difficult situations like this where you get to compare what you would do. Because this is Tenpai, right? It's just, can we justify playing the 6 here to take that Tenpai? And do we reach?
With Dora 3 on the table, I feel like if you justify the risk, you go all in, but then maybe there's another tile you wouldn't want to justify the risk for. But getting a 1 pin here would be so sad if you don't reach. She's gonna do it though.
She's not going to reach. She's going to take Tenpai.
Yeah, she's going to push without reaching. So if she gets
We
a
did
1
see
pin,
3
it's
of
just very
bamboo.
sad.
Yeah, we did see the 3 of bamboo played by our scary looking player.
Hey, there's another one.
It rules out the 4-5 shape. It does not rule out the 7-8.
Right.
So it is definitely a risky play. But we'll see. We'll see.
Doesn't want to go to the 3-6 shape because that 8 pin is so scary. How is it? There's a call.
Call for Tenpai.
Template.
One thing to keep in mind is that she still can win on a sumo. She has 3 concealed triplets, so a sumo will work. A Ron will not.
What a draw. What a draw. And what an avoidance. What a discard, not discarding the 8 pin, the pair tile that deals in. Okay, so we're gonna dodge that now. And no more sumo yaku. Well, hands over anyway.
Perfectly fine to just keep Tenpai fighting for those 1,500 points Tenpai payments. Or in this case, 1,000 points from Morikawa.
Yeah, and Kamio keeps her dealer turn.
Yeah, and not only that, she's overtaken Morikawa just from Tenpai payments at this point.
There it is.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? When 3 players are Tenpai, it's a 4,000 point swing. Because you're losing, well, the person who's not Tenpai is losing 3,000 points. So it's very significant. It's almost like a dealer into a pretty small hand, right? But it's so, in fact, a medium-sized hand, I'd even go as far as to say.
It does put a lot on the table. I guess in a game without red 5s, like this rule set, it is kind of a medium hand. But in this case,
with red 5s,
in this case, 3 players were Tenpai, so it's like they all got a little bit, but it's like Morikawa lost a medium hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Either way, though, 1,900 points in the pot to whoever wins this next one, which is the gap between Kamio and Morikawa right now, so... Definitely worth thinking about. Everyone's got a pretty fast start. Not a very particularly valuable start, but a fast one. I think maybe a few too many pairs from Kimura, but
And
we are
here's a
gonna see
quick
some
call from
uploading.
Morikawa. I mean, the 1900 points in the middle. Decent amount of bonus.
I believe that was the North Yakuhai for her.
Yes, I think you're right.
Just going fast. And there's always the chance of the 234 sound jockey, that mixed triple sequence. We talk about it a lot, but it's always there, right? It's the chance. We did draw the 1, not the 4 of dots, but so it's probably not going to happen this time. But on the 4 of dots draw, it will be an extra hand. Always worth thinking about it. Just for the few times you can squeeze an extra little bit of value. Everyone else is going to be doing their best to outspeed this, though.
And it's a pretty close race.
For sure, yeah. The 2 does help, but isn't a huge help.
Yeah, I wonder how much value people can really get out of the Dora West here.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why Kimura is keeping it, obviously. But
nobody else has it.
we've definitely seen the threat of Dora 3. And I guess for Kimura specifically, it is her win as well. So if she does get it, she'll be showing a Mangan. Even if she calls. Oh, huge draw, though, for our dealer Kamio. Choosing to go headless. Well, either way we were headless, but I was thinking maybe we keep the 1 4-pin weight to try and find a pair, but no.
Yeah, when you have that Nobetan, that double-sided pair weight, it almost doesn't feel like a headless shape, but technically it is, right?
Yeah, true.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, I currently have.
Let's double check. 1 second. Huh. Interesting. There is a lot more time left in the video file.
Oh no, are we missing a...
Unfortunately, it seems like there's a corruption in the file. That's not good.
Oh. That is moderately concerning.
Yeah, I'll take a double check here.
Is it worth giving Jen a little poke? Assuming Jen is... if you're here in chat.
No, Jen is coming back. She's in the middle, flying over the oceans.
That does make sense, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the end of this video is corrupted. So, at this point, sorry for the technical difficulties.
Yeah, that's
we
a
do.
rare
Yeah,
thing to happen.
we do have the results from game 2. We do have the results available. But it looks like, because part of our technical difficulties last week was dealing with video uploading, and it looks like this one got caught by the gremlins. So we do have the results for game 2. We can mention them at the end of the stream. However,
yeah, it's a shame, really. I don't know whether it's something we could try and...
that is
Or in
pretty
chat view in the air, yeah, it's
unfortunate.
totally fair.
Yeah, I'm double checking. I'm double checking if there is a backup copy, or if the backup copy is also a corrupted. But for now, hold tight with us. We'll go to a short break here, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Sorry about that, everyone.
Thanks for watching, and thanks for your patience.
Alright, so we're back. Once again, we here at the WRC commentary booth do apologize. The rest of Game 2 is unfortunately corrupt. As I mentioned, the results are there, but what we are going to do is go ahead and move on to Game 3. We will give you the results at the end of the stream, with all the results of the week as well as WRC's results. And with the swap over to Game 3, we also have a commentator swap. So thank you, Chiral, for all your work today.
Yeah, this was fun. I was getting really excited at that point. It's such a shame that we missed the end.
Yeah,
It's okay, Jen. It's
a
okay.
tough one.
If this happens one time in over a year of broadcasting, we're doing all right, Jen? We're doing all right. So please don't stress out, please.
All right.
Welcome, Corak. Hello.
Hello. Well, that's a mess. We have the technical difficulties on the technical difficulty backup stream, but you have to work with what you have to work with.
Yeah.
So let's go.
That's a little unfortunate. But Game 3, I looked over it, and it does look pretty good. Of course, that means it's also a little bit of an early exit for Chiral here on the stream today, but we enjoyed his commentary as well. And we will see just what happens with these three teams when we go into game number 3. Our first dealer for the third game is Hazuki of Team Mappi. He is from SPM. In the south seat, representing Suzaku, is Kana Ohata, also from SPM. On the west seat, we've got Ayana Tsubaki from NPM. And in the north seat, we've got Akari Kimura for the Sapporo Mahjong lovers from SPM. Of course, Ayana Tsubaki representing the Kamikaze Seisokujo. And now, without further ado, game number 3.
All right, here, of course. I do like the take a sip of water at the beginning.
Right.
Anything you do to just kind of calm the nerves. You can see the big smiles on the faces here.
Yeah, especially the players who have played multiple games. I believe
You're getting towards the end of the day at this point, so everyone, at some point, you're still in 10. At some point, you also want to get home.
I believe it is only Akari Kimura for the Sapporo Mahjong lovers that is making a repeat performance. However, you will notice that I believe it was Tsubaki was on the stream commentating on the Japanese side.
All right, I like the first two hands. We have a Jun-chan and then a nice little Tanya. This is a pretty nice Pinfu with a Dora. Probably Tanya in there as well. Naimon doesn't do a lot. This is a much more reasonable Jun-chan, but with that 5-pin, I think you just play normal shapes. Maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanshku in there somewhere. 9 a connect with the 8. Move towards the Pinfu. The Tanya's kind of dying. We'll see what happens. Either roll up 1, 2, 4, 5. 4 connects to the 3.
Right.
1 pin. Ooh, 1, 2, 3 Sanshku looking a lot better now.
Yeah, I think
Still
that's a
needs
pretty
something
good
to connect to
draw.
that 1-1. West. Gonna be held safe tile, figuring the 9's pretty useless here. 7 loosely connects to the 9-9. Shapes are not good. 8 here. Oh, how much do we even in Jun-chan? Not at all. Cuts the 9 so.
Yeah, I think 3-5 pin is too much on the inside. Like maybe full straight works better for that kind of hand.
Well, you love to hold the 9 just as a hedge, but if you're out of shapes, you're out of shapes.
Right. And the 3-5 is too good to give
Can't go
up.
8-9. I doubt you can go 8 pin or 8-9 mon. I feel those are two regular cuts here.
Yeah,
And yeah,
that
think
makes
about
sense to
both.
me.
It eventually goes to the 8. Because you have the overlap, but the 7 is an amazing drop. If you don't get the 7, that shape is just completely blocking your hand.
Let's
Ooh,
see.
8. Speaking of that overlap shape with a Kanchan and a Ryanman on the same.
It was a perfect draw.
Chu not going to do anything. Do you hold it for safety? Nope.
Right out.
2. That's now Ishan 10 for Riichi Pinfu Tanidora.
Probably the best hand on the table right now, I think.
Now you can use the 3 as your pair and cut 1 so or 5 pin. Yes, this is Ishan 10. The always awkward 1-1 or 1, 2, 3, 3, 3 shape or use 3 as a pair and as part of the run.
Switch that 1 pin for a white. Yeah, White Dragon is very safe. 2 out on the board from Kimura.
It's 2 out. If it deals in, you just cry and move on.
Exactly. So switching a kind of safe tile for a very safe tile there. And just hoping to get Tempai soon.
9 so as a knit. 6 pin is it though. Riichi Pinfu Tanyo Dora.
This is big.
There's no Sanshugu here, but it's still Mangan either way, so good enough. Now, the problem is that pawn has no information whatsoever. It's a bunch of terminals and I think a 2 pin, and that's it.
Yeah, very difficult to defend against.
You assume it's some sort of Tanyo hand, but as for which one, you have no clue.
So what is the discard then here for Hazuki?
Well, she's trying to decide whether to fight this or kind of Moashi, because you can go 1 so, you can go 1 pin.
Yeah, you could go
Goes
1
the
so.
2. Figuring the 1-2 is safe. That is the normal cut here.
And then you can go 2 so if you go 1 so. But 2 so obviously not safe.
And see the 5 pin just stared at for a while, as
Right.
though expecting to have drawn the Fatsubo.
Oh man. There goes the 1.
Well,
which
it
is
gets you
safe.
back. It's now Ishan 10.
Right.
Headless Onko is such a strong shape. It's so flexible. Because if any of your runs end up pairing up, you're just good to go. And that's what happened there with the 8-pin draw.
No help here for Ohata, but I don't think Ohata's really too interested in going in on this
I'm kind
hand
of surprised
anyway.
the South hasn't come out, but it is live, I believe.
Oh, interesting. Tsubaki has moved that little ornament. When she was on the commentary table, she wore it on her index finger. Now it's on her thumb. I suppose it prevents accidentally knocking over tiles if it's not on her index finger.
Yeah, definitely not ideal.
Oh,
Oh, there's a Sumo Sumo Pinfu Tanyo Dora. Ora, that is a Hanemon. Big win for Tsubaki to jump way out in front.
I think it's an ideal lucky charm here.
Well, Tsubaki's team also needs this. They need to win a
Yes.
game, and then another one, and another one, and then another one, and then they're in the running.
Right. Yeah, it's tough. Not only do they have to get back to 0, but they have to essentially be aiming for first place, just like all the teams. It's just a much longer road for them than any other team in this
In
group.
terms of the dynamics of this table, just when one team is up 150 points, it's so hard.
Yes,
I
for
mean,
sure.
we're what, right? A little past the midway point in the season, and that just feels like a pretty big gap open up. It can be overtaken, but it's hard.
Right.
We look at these hands, nice little Pinfu hand, maybe a Tanya if you got the 1-1. Hold it for now, of course. 3 pin is Dora. You have the double concha on the south's the normal cut here. Yeah, there it goes. Thanks about it for a second. And nah, we'll just play normally. 7 pair up. Shapes are decent, but desperately needs the Dora 3 pin. Maybe an Itsu in there. It's a whole bunch of meh hands. None are really good. None are really bad.
Yeah, Tsubaki looks like she's got the most speed though, which is just fine by her because she doesn't necessarily need the value right now. She just needs to get all these other players' dealer turn over and done with.
Well, you say that. I feel she kind of does need value. The problem is overtaking this kind of gap is so difficult.
I guess that's fair, but the 20-point Oka, the plus 20 for first place,
you need to
is
secure first.
number
That
one
is your
priority.
top priority
Yeah.
in any game. At the same time, you are kind of thinking about it when you're that far back.
Yes, that is true. If I can get a Yakuman here, that's another 32 points on the score.
Eishan 10, possible 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku. Itsu. Do you believe in Itsu or even the hedging it? You can go 6 pin or north and goes with the north. Just going to keep the most options possible. 9. Oh, well, that's cheap end. Riichi Pinfu 6-9 so. Would have definitely preferred the 6, but when you're in first place with 37k, you're fine.
Yes.
4 fits in nicely. That hand might be able to fight in a bit. It's one more draw from being able to just shove. Oh, perfect fill in here.
There's still 2 very difficult fill-ins left for Hazuki. It's a hard. Even with that one draw, she needs 2 more on top of that just to be Tenpai.
Draws the 6, stares at it for a while before throwing it back.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder
Why
when
weren't you there 2 turns ago? I really could have used you.
Sometimes I wonder when you're in Riichi if you look at a tile too much. If you give away where your weight is.
You actually do, and there are plenty of rules on it that you're not supposed to, you're actually not allowed to just stare at a tile to give false information. It has to be legitimate, otherwise it's an etiquette failure.
Right.
And you can get dinged. One pin pair up, well, that's not the tile you want, because it's still Ishanten. I feel you just hope to draw the 3, get the Himeko on the last 3. Especially since it is Genbutsu to the Riichi
Oh,
now.
2, 3, 4.
That is Ishanten, I believe.
Yeah, I wonder if Kimura is actually going to step up against this Riichi. Ohata is definitely going for it as the dealer.
Probably kills off the Truth over Sanshoku now, locking the 3 pair in. 2 seconds to the 3-3. South useless.
There it
It's
goes.
tossed. 5 pin. And at some point you kind of wonder, like, what is this shape? Because what is this weight? There aren't too many options.
Yeah, this is Tenpai. A call is made with 4-6. Looks like 7 is gonna go. And
This
it passes.
Waiting 2-5, where the 2 pin is Sanshoku, so Tanya, Dora, possible Sanshoku.
It's not bad. That's not bad. Ohata's really stuck now. That is not a tile you want to see. The
Well, and especially when you see
Sanvo.
the call and the obvious shove, it's wait a second.
Yeah, I wonder if one pin is reasonable here. It's still not even safe. It's safe to the
No,
player who
one pin's
called.
scary.
Player who
I feel it's
called
a Monzu
discardable.
of some sort, but yeah,
But
thinks
yep,
about the 5 eventually cuts the 6.
there it goes.
Oh, well, now you have an Anko. You could switch to Dora Tonki. Will not do so. Then deals in. Riichi Pinfu, no Aura, 2000. Move it along.
Tsubaki getting her stick back, almost 40,000 here.
39,000 will be dealer as well here in East 3.
Has she won every hand so far? I guess there have only been 2. But she's won every hand so
2
far.
hands, 2 wins. Can't complain about that.
Yeah, especially when one of them was so large. Woo!
I just flip Aura, always nice.
Plus, I think most people only have 2 hands anyway, so and she can take solace in that.
Yeah. Well, this is actually a workable hand, but it's an awkward one.
Yes,
A couple of conscience filled it. Anytime you have the 2, 4, 5, 6, 8 shape, it's like any tile theoretically helps, but they're all awkward.
right. I mean, there's 2 chances for like a 3-sided weight, which is pretty cool. They're not all
Well,
bad.
what about the 2, 4, 6, 8 weight?
Alright, Nishi
Or rather that shape.
Europa.
That's one of those where you go, well, I guess it's
no
better than the
fun.
alternative odd,
Right.
odd 1, 3, 5, 7, 9.
Yes.
But yeah. 3 pairs up, hand actually getting closer, but that's a 5, 5, 7, not a 5, 6, 7.
Ooh, a chance
Oh,
for
well, okay, that
mixed
fills one of
triples.
them. I feel 2 pins the normal cut.
Yeah.
Can also go south-south. 8 pin is a floater. Just gonna hold it for now. It feels like it. I don't really know what to do with this hand, so I'm just gonna play efficiency, which is exactly what I do.
Yeah, just let Riichi make it happen. We saw that a number of times earlier today. First game, 2 Riichi Patsumos.
Oh, well, that fixes the problem. Just use it as a pair now.
Hey, it's perfect.
Possible Tanya shifts later, but certainly acceptable draw. Now, this is an awkward one. It cuts the 3-pin door indicator. 7, another pair. 5, 6, 7 Sanju. Can't even go 4 so, and is going to do.
Yeah. Maximum efficiency for the
maximum
in the moment.
Sanshoku
Yes.
acceptance, not necessarily maximum efficiency.
I feel like it's maximum for Ishanten for like directly.
Well, it is for calling. I think it isn't for drawing.
Ooh, finds an 8.
Yeah, for the immediate shape it is. They're just so much more flexibility to 4, 5, 6, 7 shape.
Yeah.
But if you want the Sanshoku, and this is such an annoying draw.
Okay.
Yeah, just cuts the 5.
Okay.
Figures if I get the 9, I guess we just slam the Riichi, but we don't really want it. Oh, and the one so backfire.
Yeah, it doesn't want the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because of a little Furi 10.
The Furry 10. Figured, how often are you going to draw the 2? Well, the answer is, well, you throw it, you're going to draw it. That's just how this works. Well, that is Senpai with Sanshoku Dora 2. Could even Dama this.
This is kind of nice.
Yes, Dama. Tanya Sanshoku Dora 2. Potentially winning on Dora.
Yeah, Sumo is a Hanemon even without a Riichi. So
yes.
Huge wins. And then Ron is a Hanemon if for some reason the Dora comes out. Dora might come out from Tsubaki.
That 4, 4, 5, 6, if you just end up drawing the other shapes, the Dora will come out.
Yep.
But you are starting to think about it now, because it is turn 8.
Yeah, there's also...
The other thing is with that 5-mon discard, a 4-mon really isn't an improvement, because it just makes you Furry 10.
Right. But Tsubaki can also, if she's trying to dodge, go south-south and use the pair of 4 Dora as pair of 4-pin Dora. So there are ways Then she doesn't have to
Two
deal
pair.
with it. Oh, but there it is!
Oh no, there it goes!
There it is! Big Dama
He
10.
said, "Yeah, this is the power of the Dama. You figure Dora can never come out, and then it just does, and it's Hanemon.
Ooh, 12,000
That
right there.
hurts.
Tsubaki's 2 quick wins almost canceled out. She's still a bit above starting.
Yeah, still 2,000 up, but oh, that hurts. 12,000 to Ohata, who's now in first place. Kimura and Hazuki are just kind of sitting there going, okay, sure.
Yeah, you can see Tsubaki is a little shaken up by that one. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I didn't like the Dora cut there. I think you just go south-south. Because that hand's very flexible, Tanya. You don't expect to deal into that type of Dama. I just don't feel the hand was worth anything.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a middle Dora on end of row 2, you always have to be willing to accept the risk that it's going to deal in. There's like a secret 7 pairs somewhere. Someone just put something together. It's not a safe tile. We'll put it that way. Even if someone hasn't reached it, it's not.
5 so.
Yeah.
Interesting cut here, hedging the Kokushi.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a full flush attempt. But you're right in that Kokushi 13 Orphans is possible.
It's an option.
Yeah.
But, okay, well, speaking of Honetsu.
Tsubaki immediately trying to strike back for those points. Her hand does look pretty good to get them back here. It's always nice.
Yeah, as I was saying.
It's always nice after losing a lot of points if the wall gives you a hand that you can strike back for a number of points with.
No, Kokushi is a number of points, a lot of them. Now, this is a very awkward tile. Because the instinct here is to get the 3-8.
Yeah.
Ends up going with the 2.
In this case, I was more referencing Tsubaki, who made the call. But yeah, Hazuki has... Not that she dealt in... Well, she did deal in East 1 to Tsubaki, but...
Oh, East pair up, now East Shunten.
Yeah.
That looks very good for the Mongon.
Yeah, and so Tsubaki trying to get her lead right back immediately. Hazuki trying to dig out of last and get a lead here. But it would be a huge one if she manages to do it. No Tempai yet.
Needs the East, the West, and the 2-pin. There's the 2-pin. That's going to be Tempai.
Ooh. And I think that's probably going to be too fast for Kokushi.
Yeah. Kokushi is just out at this point. I feel this is 9-so here.
Could be.
Yeah. You can go 4-so for maximum acceptance, but I like... Actually, I guess 4...
I think 9 and 4 are about equal acceptance, but...
Yeah, they're the equal. Yeah. You get the 3 versus the 8, and you'd rather have the 3.
Yeah, at least you get the Tanya, the extra Yaku with this one. That is
or nothing else you can call down for
right.
the Tanya because you know the Honitsu's scary.
Right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, but that's 4-10 potential.
I mean, it's not the worst.
Well, it kind of is when you see the 3-call flush.
Right. I guess only 2 calls so far, because she does have 7 tiles left in her hand.
Yeah, just
but
2 calls.
Even so, it's a lot of calls.
Wanted to call more.
Yeah, I don't know if I would Riichi. I don't know if she's going to Riichi if she ends up with a Furiten weight, but...
Well, if you take the 4-10, you should just go ahead and Riichi. If you're not taking the Tempai...
Oh, this 9-pin is not going to come out. Neither is the 6-pin. That almost looks like a winning tile, but it's not. And
well, okay, this you just have to take.
There we go.
Riichi Pinfu, 3-so, 6-so. No Dora here.
Oh, call! Wait, a call from Hazuki, just breaking Ipatsu.
That isn't... I have safe tiles for days, so I'm just going to break Ipatsu.
Yeah, that's fair enough. One of those rare cases where breaking Ipatsu really doesn't cost you much. So why not?
Well, it is always the advantage of going for Kokushi, is once it just doesn't happen, you pretty much know you have a lot of safety.
Yeah, although a little less safety considering Tsubaki's on a half flush. A lot of honor tiles are not so safe anymore. Any dots you have, even if they're near the edge.
East is once cut here, and we know it deals in a Mongon.
Right. And her hand is basically honor tiles and dots at this point, so it might be a little tough for Hazuki here.
I mean, if it keeps pairing up like that, you consider, hey, do I ought to get involved? Oh, doesn't matter. There's the deal in. Riichi Pidfu. No aura, so that is a dealer Riichi 2,900.
Not bad. Not bad. Kimura gets some points. Tsubaki another loss though. So that's
Kimura
unfortunate.
stays in third place, but closed the gap a little bit. Was hoping for an aura, but we'll take this.
She was really hoping to come back from that Haneman deal and then just ends up losing a couple thousand more there. Her hand was so close. It was Tempai. Needed an East or a West.
Tempai for Mongon, even against dealer Riichi, you pretty much have to shove.
Yeah, just couldn't find that last tile and ended up finding the wrong tile. Ooh, this is nice.
I like this hand.
It's not super valuable right now, but
I mean, 3-4-5 Sanshoku, you can actually use the Haku as a pair here.
that's a possibility. Then you don't get Haku though.
Yeah, you would lose out on the Haku. The problem is if you call the Haku, you have to either A, brute force a Honitsu that really isn't there, or just kind of suffer.
Yeah, just get
Can't
one
go for one
Han.
Han. Yeah, I don't think I'd call Haku unless I'm like, I'm out of time. But it is taken instead.
Yeah, I mean, she does have another pair now. She got that extra Forso, so it's not like
A
she
big
loses
part of
her
it is
pair
it's
anymore.
dealer, so it is just a repeat.
Yes. Who knows? You make the early pwn, maybe you get a con opportunity middle of the game and you get 4
Well, I
Dora.
feel that's the play here, is if you take this, you need to be willing to Daiming Con the South.
Yeah, she has 2 sides. She can Daiming Con the South, or if she draws the last white dragon. So there's 2 opportunities for explosive con value here. Although, I mean, she does kind of need it in the game. She's 10,000 down on first, but her team overall is way ahead, so they don't need to take too many risks.
No.
Tsubaki with another nice hand, though.
Another pair up here.
Yeah.
Just doesn't shift out of. Oh, that's so shape. Ew.
It's not the worst.
I just want to throw the 3 back. You can go 9-9 as
just
well.
to
You
keep
can go with fucking
Sanshoku
5
chance. Keep the
Mon.
mixed triple. Maybe even 5 Mon. Because the Sanshoku, or it also connects.
I just throw the 3 back. I feel my second choice is probably 9, so. Yeah,
There
eventually
goes
gets to the 3.
the return. Here's another Dora! It's the ultimate draw for Ohata.
Yeah, but the problem is the rest of this head is terrible.
Maybe 7 pairs is the play at this point.
Well, yeah, what was that at 3, I think?
Yeah. It's one of those kind of hands where all the shapes are so bad, maybe 7 pairs is the way to play.
It's like, I have a pair of Dora and 11 other tiles.
Alright, 7 Oh, pair 4! See?
Okay, now you probably have to at least play for it. Actually, there are so many terminals in this hand, you could even consider going for Toy Toy.
Yeah, we saw something like
or
that.
Dare I say Honoroto?
We saw something like that earlier in the second game, and the player did not make the call.
No, throws the 9. That's actually a little sad. I wanted to see, maybe I'm a little greedy, and by maybe I mean absolutely. I wanted to see a Chiroto attempt.
Okay, we have Tempai here.
Okay, there's an Onko.
Okay.
I think you just play normally now. You can cut the 5-6. I think you just cut the honors.
Yeah, maybe even like a 2-mon or something to lock in those kinds of shapes, but maximum efficiency, you just cut the extra tiles.
Dealer is also Tempai on 3-6.
Yes.
Nope. Yeah.
Hazuki
Says, okay, this hand's not happening.
survives, doesn't throw Dora. Continues. It's kind of a crazy hand right now. Oh, is she going to keep the 1 pin? Does she see it now, even after the 9 pin's been
there's a
discarded?
Chanta shift as well. I think I always cut the East here. Instead, she goes to the 2.
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of 9 pin on the board, so I think that's part of the reason why she cut 9 pin.
Right,
6 pin.
6 is
Ooh.
not it.
Goes for it. Just puts it right down. Guess nobody's
Well,
actually in
there's so much
Riichi,
value
so
if you ever get there, you just don't ever
yeah.
expect to get there.
Yeah, and we don't even know who's really in Tenpai because nobody's actually in Riichi, so it's always a bit of a guessing game. Are they bluffing? Are they two away?
Plus, we haven't even talked about the open hand that's been Tenpai for ages here.
Yeah. It's the one that's still looking to con, probably. Maybe.
At this point, you have to know that people are getting closer. The problem is they're not.
Hmm.
His hands have just been completely bricked by the wall.
Yeah, I wonder if the open hand cons, if the... Well, guess we
Doesn't
don't have to
matter.
find
There's the
out.
deal in. Gets the 2,000 with the extra foo, and of course the Homba 2,300. Nice little pickup for Kimura. Was hoping for more, but we'll take that.
Biggest thing is it's another redeal. And again, Tsubaki gets hit here. It's
I
unfortunate.
mean, that was the plan here. If you're calling the Haku, you're likely going for one Han and hoping to
Right.
con, and that's exactly what that hand was. North is the Dora. Always a hard one to use. And this hand looks worse every time I add another tile. Yeah,
All it has is a pair.
that is one of the hands of all time.
All it has is a pair. I might have even thought about 13 Orphans there, but out comes the South right off the bat.
It's so bad. This is a much better hand. That's a Riichi Pinfu. It's a Haku pair column, maybe in Honetsu. The 3 fills in perfectly here. And then there's this.
Any call is made. Ohata takes it.
Okay, how greedy are we for Honetsu?
This would be really gready, but it does
We're
look like she's
thinking
going
about
for
it.
it. That looks very much like she's
You're
going
not
for the half
going
wedge.
for it. You're thinking about it with that cut until you break the Pinzu block.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's
probably
why.
not. Probably. Wait a minute.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was Penchon or Penchon.
Yeah, that's true.
Pick one. I think that's fine.
I guess she's keeping the Dora over the extra edge weight.
Right, because the plan here, the only way you're getting value without Honetsu is Dora. Obviously,
Right.
you'd prefer to get Dora and Honetsu, but Tile's not likely to cooperate that well.
And then she also has
nice
the
fill. I believe that's Ishan 10.
She also has the 2224 as the backup.
Ugh.
Hazuki?
I think you go 9-9. No,
yeah, 9-9 seemed reasonable, but I think she likes the efficiency of the 5-6-6-7.
Yeah, it's a much more flexible shape over the course of the hand.
Right.
Oh, there's a North. The first one pops out.
Still technically one away from Tenpai for Hazuki.
Okay, well, this is Ishan 10. I think you always cut Shun here. Yep. If you draw the Dora, you just wait on the Penchon. If you go ahead and draw the 3, you can just cut the Dora.
Right. Or cut the Penchon and still wait for the Dora.
Well, with one out, you're not expecting anyone to be waiting on it. Doesn't mean they can't. Okay, Tenpai not taken here.
Right.
Would have been reaching on me bad weight. Well, instead keep the floating 4 and a floating Dora.
Another red dragon. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, there's your 1, 2, 3 classic in the discards.
Yep. It is too much Furiten to be used. I mean, maybe 3, 6 pair weight, Noveton type weight, the double pair weight, but
another pair up. This hand wanted to be Chitoitsu so badly.
1.
1 so interesting.
It's a little sneaky if you discard the 4.
Yeah, that's really the only option here.
And you go for
think about it for a while, that's fine. It's one where you're going, is the 5 really an upgrade? Yeah, technically, but you're gonna have to put Penchon anyway.
Although,
just kind of lock in the Penchon shape.
To win with 1 and 3 so, she would have to discard Dora, so maybe we'll see that happen.
Well, I think part of it is when the Dora comes out, you just want to say I'm Tenpai and maybe on a less obvious weight, especially when it's cheap like this. You need to maximize win chance.
Yeah, and the one so will be safe for later if she does have to discard it. That's not a bad draw.
Another pair. Well, now it's just
Yeah, 5, 6,
yeah.
7, 7, 8. I didn't really figure
Yeah, it's
7
just
pairs was
Ishunten,
in the
isn't it?
cards
It's a
there.
really awkward
Yes.
shape.
But she has more open-ended weights, more Ryanmen.
Yes. 7. Well, this hand's just not getting there. Three. You have to just take it and shove, I feel. You do lose any sense of defense on a terrible weighting shape, but Tempai good.
Yeah, unless she cuts
I
8,
feel
9
people
here.
overthink a
Oh,
lot
there
of
goes
these
Dora.
things. Tempai is really strong.
It is. You see it?
Oh, well, there's potential 3-sided Furry 10. Can't just Riichi this, and we'll do so. Is a Furry 10 Riichi Pinfu.
Yeah, I mean, she's got to be pretty happy that the north tile
369.
is safe there as well.
Yeah, and that's
This
the
is
other
the
part of
Dora.
it is once you clear the north out, everyone else knows the hand's very likely super cheap, so they're much less willing to respect it.
Yeah, especially when open calling. Ooh.
You can just switch this over to an 8 because the 9 is Furry 10.
Yeah, I mean, it is a
So
safe
you know
tile
that
there.
one's safe.
It is a safe tile on the board.
The
Another set of
obligatory.
9s
Well, you
here.
can call robe. You take a penalty
Right.
for it.
Yeah, you get no points for that. I don't think Tsubaki would be able to take it if she got a Chombo right now. This is not the time for her to pick up a Chombo. She's
4. That is that Tempai? That is such a
yeah,
weird
it should
shape.
be.
Yeah, you reach the 7 mon.
Here we go. Only 1 4 weight here.
Yeah, 1-4.
A 6, that's too much.
Terrible.
That's too much for Ohata.
Yeah, it says nope, we're not doing this.
Kimura holding a lot of Hazuki's tiles here. Oh,
So
5, 6.
Oh, that is
Back
could
to
get back to Tempai.
Tempai.
On the Gembutsu even.
Yeah, back to Tempai. Wow.
7's come out twice
Oh,
recently. Oh, there's another one.
Right on time. That's crazy.
Shuts this down. Says, give me those sticks. I win more from Riichi's than I get from this dumb hand.
That is very unfortunate for Tsubaki. Ohata pulled the perfect tile at the perfect time, and both Riichis are null and void.
Well, we're in South Round, and Ohata expands the lead. Tsubaki started off strong and is now fighting to stay out of 4th place.
Yeah. That sneaky Damaten. Tanyao Dora 3. Sometimes it just be like that.
Yeah, Tanya Sanjku Dora 3, but let's
Right.
see. Hazuki is dealer here. Nice little hand. I'm not complaining about this one. Riichi Pinfu, Tanya, and Adora. Can't ask for much more. Although this might be more.
Paired it up right off the bat.
Wow, that just call, go.
Tsubaki has another good hand.
That might just be Honitsu, double Yakuhai, and even a Chanta that isn't needed.
Right. But maybe it's triple Yakuhai, actually.
If you can get there, great. Well, there goes the south.
That's
the
one.
First of, well, probably many calls.
Oh, yeah, Ohata's not. No, Ohata's double south, right? So that's 2 Yakuhai, so...
oh, yes, it is.
Yep. So then red would be 3.
We're not in East Round anymore, but that means we're in South Round, doesn't it?
Right.
7 pair up, can use that later. 3 is to help. 5, another pair.
The 1 so comes out early enough. Can't be used by Ohata. Kimura's gonna hold one though, that might come back to bite her.
There's the East. There
East.
it goes. There's the call.
Boink. No red yet.
Shunten now.
But
So which honor do you want to cut? It goes with the West, going for potential pay Tonki.
Oh, there's a West.
Oh
The
no!
West right after. One
Suzaku,
away.
couldn't I got that one turn earlier?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if Subaki would have wanted to really call here. She is West, so she could call, but the value of her hand plummets. Steve. Oh,
June
Tenpai!
Tenpai will actually wait on the 9, so not the pay Tonki.
This is also Tenpai? But she's looking for Suanko. She's looking for 4 concealed triplets, so no Riichi.
Very surprised the pay wasn't taken. Maybe wondering why haven't any of them come out? It's always a terrible tile.
Right.
Unless you're North player.
Oh, even the 4 is being risked here. It's a Yakuman, so you gotta be able to risk a lot against it. Kimura throws the 1, so.
This is Ishan 10. For Riichi
Ooh,
Pinfu.
nice
Oh, well,
weight
that's a
swap.
switch.
No more Chanta, but.
Yeah, you lose the Chanta.
Oh! 1 away! Gonna risk that 6. It's a very risky
Wow.
tile, but it goes through.
Suanko Tenpai. 7 so Sha. We see 1 7 and 1 Sha.
Yep. The 2 tiles for the Akuman. What's this? No.
Gets a Pinzu, but not the right one.
Oh, 6 7 8 here. 1 so deals in though, and it's not to the
That's
Akuman.
just gonna end this. Jun Honitsu double
Unfortunate.
self Mangan.
Yeah, that's still a big hand. But Tsubaki was hoping for her comeback.
Well, that is what her team needed. Was a hand like that, and it just not been that day.
Yeah, Ohata collects a Mangan off of
The
Kimura.
good news for Tsubaki is she's technically in second now.
That's true. It's a negative second, unfortunately.
It is a negative second, which is very hard to do with these rules.
Yeah. It is the 2010. 2010
Yeah, it's 2010,
Uma.
but there's an Oka, so
Yes. So you start with 5,000 points down.
Yeah, you start at 25 instead of 30. But we take a look at these hands. This looks like a E2 probably. This is an awkward Pinfu. Has a door. The 789 in Manzu's nice. This a much better hand, but desperately needs the 3-pin. And this is another very awkward Pinfu.
A beautiful
Now,
draw
that
for
3-mon helps
Kimura.
immensely.
That's gonna
But
allow
the problem is
Kimura
it's
to
one
stay
of
in here.
3 needed draws for this hand to move forward.
That's true. Still, her hand's looking pretty good compared to the others.
Yeah, this is the classic situation of every hand is meh to
Oh, a
meh.
second one! A second
Okay,
perfect
just
draw.
needed to draw 3 perfect tiles. Is 2 of 3 so far.
Feels
I think
like
that was a 3 so. Yeah, that is a
Ooh,
nice.
there's a draw for
Shunten.
Tsubaki. Is that?
Is that no?
That's good.
We both all of a sudden said, "Is that
Yeah,
the tile?" No.
It's not perfect, but it's a very good draw.
Oh yeah, it's a huge upgrade. 7 would have been better, but that's probably the second or third best.
Right. Oh, 555s, 666s.
Headless. I think you just go 8-pin. Yeah.
Tsubaki is now 1 away. Definitely not the Yakuman she had last hand, but still something.
7 so.
Gives her
Interesting choice. I think you
interesting
cut
pair
7
weight.
mon. You can go 8-pin as well.
Yeah, if you really want that Dora connection for 7 mon, you
Yeah,
can keep
well,
it
you
around.
even not the Dora connection, you can always use as an Arianman 4/7 weight because the hand doesn't actually have a pair.
Right.
Right, unless you count the 5-pin, but I don't.
I think the 7 so is reasonable. It's not a pair yet, but a lot of time you can make a, as you mentioned, Ariamen on the 7 so. I was talking about the 7.
2, 3, 4 fits in.
Okay.
What's the 3 here?
It's a break.
Well, this is a technically Tenpai.
Do you want it? She wants it. 3-pin
She
white.
says, I'm in first. I'm dealer. I don't care.
We have seen a lot of 3-pin white.
Oh,
here.
there's the Ipatsu tile. Doesn't throw it, though.
There's more in the wall. That's not the only one. There's one more. Somewhere in that wall, there's one more 3-pin. But it's not here.
Well, part of the dynamics here is everyone else has to be thinking, what on earth would dealer be reaching with this lead?
Right. It's because she has no Yaku.
No Yaku, lots of foo. Of course, a 3-so sumo would be the extra foo here, because you do hit a threshold with the 8, 2, and 2.
Yeah, the 3-pin sumo, yep. There's one more tile for that. Of course, we might see Kimura discarded at some point. Nah, Kimura's out. Hazuki pairs up 4-pin. And there's also a chance Tsubaki ends up discarding the 3-pin, which would be...
What about Ryan Pago? Nope.
The 3-pin discard would
I
be
saw
really
it, I wanted
unfortunate
it,
for
and I was
Tsubaki.
denied within half a second.
8-so. No dice. 6-so. Ooh.
I mean, the hand's just folding out at this point. It feels... This is the only hand that can really fight. And with those 5-pin cuts, she just decided she didn't want to.
Yeah,
Kimura's like, my team's in an okay position. This is fine.
can't exactly see her discarding the 3-pin. We will go with the 6, though. I don't think the 6 was...
You see the 5's out, it was one chance,
Yeah.
plus, of course, the 9's already cleared. We'll pause on that 4, so... If people were paying attention, they might think the 3's bad.
Tsubaki has that leftover 3-pin, though. If she ends up pushing, gonna deal in. Okay, no, big connect. Big saving connect there with the 2-pin.
Shantan. East isn't it. That is not Tempai. It is a wider shape if you cut the Hatsu. Nope.
Well, discards are flying away.
There's the last 5s. Another 3's Kabed off. Nine so gets thrown. The 5, well, now you have to throw 2 tiles and just isn't. No one feels like they want to challenge this directly because there have been plenty of options for multiple players. Now there's another one of those 3s, so it's looking like it's just going to the draw.
Yeah, this is still not Tempai. It's only 1 away. Gotta find a safe tile, though. Unless she's gonna go for it. Oh, 3-pin! The Suji!
I said it Kabed off earlier.
Yeah.
So it does deal in. It's just Riichi Nomi, though, so not a big hit, but 2,000.
Oh, that's a lot of hits, though. Most of them were small. There was only one big hit on Tsubaki, but there's just been a lot of them. And
that's also something you don't necessarily think about when you have a 555 666 like that.
right,
Means your aura chances are bad.
That is true.
Still, Ohata continuing to run the score up here. And her team needs her to run the score up.
Yeah, basically every team other than the Sapporo Mahjong lovers.
Well, they
need
came
a
in
lot.
third, but it just first is so far out there.
Right.
All right, well, that's a nice little starting hand here. Possible 1, 2, 3 Sanshku. This is a Itsu. Very nice shape. Two Shunton. Reach Pinfu Tanyao. Two doesn't really do much, but gives me
Oh, that
oh,
2-pin does
well,
though.
that's just Ishunten for that Itsu now. Itsu Pinfu Dora 1. 8-mon isn't going to help, though. We'll hold it to floater over an honor, though. Going to hold the 8 as another floater. Riichi Pinfu Tanya would also be acceptable. Or Riichi Pinfu Dora would also be acceptable. 6 connects to the 8. Can move this towards Tanyao. 7. Man, this Montu shape is a mess.
Yeah. And I don't even know if it's a good mess anymore. A lot of these tiles are
you have
not super
Penshon 1,
extra
2. You have
useful.
a 2, 3, 4, and then a 5, 5, 7.
Right. Could maybe
And
give
you
up.
really need the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. You kind of have to brute force it.
Yeah,
And that's what that
I
5
was
cut
gonna
is.
say
It is adjacent to
maybe.
Dora, but the problem is if you draw Dora, then you're going to need the 3 so twice. And getting the Dora indicator twice is really, really hard.
Right. I was contemplating just discarding 2-mon there. Keep floater 5 still.
One
but
mod. Okay, now you have
this
Himeko
kind of
routes. You
very-
even have. Okay, well, I was going to say you have Chitoitsu routes, but not going to take it. 3 a better floater than 8, so that will be swapped out.
Another pair. 1 away.
Yeah, Ishunten here.
Will Ohata re-deal?
7 pulls in nicely, moves that hand forward. That's the perfect that was what was needed in this hand. Now you have Ishunten for Ipeko Sanshoku.
Yeah, she can even call tiles. Of course, you wouldn't get the Ipeko, the pure double sequence, but
And the Sanshoku value goes down when you do that
yes.
as well.
But maybe it's enough with this really tight battle for second place that she just takes it anyway.
I feel you do late in the hand, but not early.
Hmm. An 8.
8-mon. Well,
Interesting.
do you dare dream of Chinitsu?
Interesting.
You're really sad about that 4-mon cut now.
There's an off chance that 9 gates could show up, but she still has no copies of the 9 and she would need 3.
Well, do you believe in Doko?
Do you believe in?
Nope.
Nope, she cut her other pair that would be necessary. I mean, it's still Tanya, I guess. Still all insides, all simples. You can still make a hand that way. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty big upgrade. Riichi Pinfu Tanya.
Ooh.
And that's a pretty nice upgrade, too. Still doesn't have a pair, though. 8. Ugh. That is what we call technically Tempai. And is not thrilled with it, but throws the stick in.
Yeah, no chance for Dora, unfortunately, for Hazuki. I mean, more unfortunately, the weight is really bad, but also can't even get value.
7, so 8.
Yeah. Oh, this is
So
also
just
Tempai.
Tempai. Would be Riichi Nomi.
It doesn't have no. It's got a double
Riichi
twin
Ipeko, you're
sequence.
right.
Yeah, so she doesn't have
Does
to
have
Riichi.
Ipeko.
She goes for it
It
though.
says, fine, I'll just slam it.
3 so
That did look
Riichi.
kind of like a slab. That was it.
Yeah.
With 2 fingers, just tosses it down.
Boosh. And there goes the red that Ohata's been saving for so long to help her get out of this situation, just in case. There's a 9, no dice.
So it is 3 so versus 7 so.
Is
Sozu
it
Penchon versus
Dora?
Sozu Penchon.
A Dora for Ohata.
I feel the decision here is if you think you just go 7-1, 7-1, because that's really your Maoshi route here, and it's not fun. The concern here is she might decide to throw the 7, keeping the Dora, and that deals in. Yep, just folds.
Right.
That is Tempai technically as well.
I'm gonna take
This is
it.
a 3-pin Tonki.
We've got 3
Riichi
interesting
Dora
reaches.
1.
Sanzo!
Oh, there's our 3, so
Nope.
Sanzo winning the hand. Reach Sumo Ipeko.
Not bad, not bad. Look at all those Riichi symbols, Riichi sticks on the board.
Yeah. You see the 7,300. Well, that's a bit misleading, but it was because of the Riichi sticks in the middle. The hand was not that valuable, 3 Han, but gets her Riichi stick back and 2 others, so it's a decent win.
Points are points, no matter how you win them.
Tsubaki now such a strong start, now in 4th here in South 3 as dealer.
Yeah, really tough turn of events.
Looks like Tuso is Dora. Maybe a Reach Futanya type hand. Has a bunch of honors here at a first, though. Haku pair. Call and go. With where Kimura is, call and go is definitely the play. It's looking like a Pinfu Tanyo.
Yeah, unless if she can find something like a Mangan, maybe go for that and then try and overturn first place in South 4. But you're right that her team is far enough ahead that just getting out with second place is perfectly acceptable.
Well, also, you're way more in danger of falling to 3rd or 4th than you are of ever catching first. Plus, this isn't even necessarily a bad outcome for her team because the winners are the team that was in 3rd coming in.
I think it's just fine.
Yeah, but we have to see the Haku before we can call it. It's just getting stuck in this hand because the draws are terrible. Keep throwing the non-value honors first, of course. There's a Chun. We see a Hatsu pair. That could get called later. 6, a perfect draw here, but has the double penchant. Imagine you go 8-mon or 8-9, so. Wanted the Sanjigo, but it's just not here. Cuts the 8-mon. 1 pin. Well, now you have your pair, I guess, of the 4s. Not ideal. East says nothing. 6, not going to be held as a floater, especially having cut the 8 the previous turn. We have a 7, so pair up. Not ideal, but came with Tortania, and the Haku finally comes out. It gets called. We're now Ishanten.
Ishanten is pretty good for Kimura, as you mentioned. Just trying to push the game along.
Cuts from the 5-3 shape. Wants all the Pinzu.
Ooh, keeping the edge shape, cutting the 6 instead of the 9.
That's usually done because you just don't have much faith in the hand.
So you have the safe tile later.
I kind of agree with. Hand's not great.
Well, here we are, 1 away from
Well, you don't really want to use the 1 so as the pair, because then you just have to cut Dora.
Yeah,
End up cutting 8-9.
So we are not 1 away then. No risking Dora here. Maybe she actually wants Dora for the value, to be fair.
Well, you want the... Yeah, exactly. A possible 3-sided weight upgrade now with that 4-so draw. Very nice pull.
I guess Ohata doesn't really need the value, though. So it's probably more about the safety.
Well, there's a 3-so. We'll hold it for now. There's a 2-3 Rasanjiku in there.
Mm.
Problem is, everyone else is much closer. Ew. I think you have to cut 5-so here or Hatsu.
A lot of definition, a lot of options. 5-so.
I would cut 5-so.
Could throw the 3 back if you really wanted to. Okay, there goes 5-so.
Yeah, it goes with the 5. It's just one of those tiles you don't want sitting around at all.
Yes.
Now, the question is, do you call this 3-pin? And the answer is no. That, I feel, is a lot more debatable. I mean, I would take it, but you can certainly pass this. This is why, as I hate this shape. Now I'm just
Now the
sad.
threes
Yeah,
are
a couple
going
of
and the
the
sevens are
threes.
being kept. Interesting. Interesting. Another pair.
Riso para.
Don't
Well, that means
think-
you're going to block someone because you know
Yeah.
someone has a 2-4. They almost have to with this Dora.
It's working out so far. There's another green dragon, but Ohata's gonna hold on to that. Doesn't want to deal in.
Oh, now you know you're ruining someone's situation.
Ooh, beautiful 3-so triplet. Here's the last 3-so. So yeah, the 2-4 is completely blocked.
Completely dead. And Ohata's saying, hey, if I pair up Dora, great. And if I don't, the hand's just not finishing, so whatever.
Going to have to get that
Yeah, just gonna
3-so
fold.
from somebody else. That's Tempai. Oh, you can
Wait
cut
on the
Dora,
3-so
but
is
probably
which one?
not. Yeah, there it
And
is.
we know it's never coming.
There it is. The 3-so that's all locked down.
One M eventually gets thrown back. Five-so. We'll go ahead and hold it here. You can cut from the Monzu if you draw, say, 4-mon. Because no one really wants to throw middle Sozu into these pawns, especially one who just called and cut 4-so. This hand just out. And this is dealer, and oh, there's a Dora. Ew.
Interesting.
Rarely do I say that.
Interesting. Can she
I think
cut
you
the
have
5?
3-mon, 3-mon, or 5-so.
She's in last place, so she's got to do something. Can't really fold it here. But
Nope.
there's actually, with that draw, there's a small chance that Tsubaki actually discards 3-so. That would be catastrophic for her here.
But we're also running out of wall.
That's true. About 10, 14 tiles left.
A couple draws for everyone at least.
A 6.
Well, that feels like a terrible tile. But I mean, you just have to show. You're in last. Your last dealer turn. Suck it up and throw it.
There it goes.
And she thinks about it, and the little eep as it comes
Yeah.
out, but it passes.
It goes through. She's alive. Can she get a better tile this time around?
But the problem is she's not even in great. Oh no! The 5, 6, 7. Oh no!
Tough
Not even
indeed.
get Tempai off all this.
Looks like
Thank you,
more.
Hatsu. It's just not happening anymore.
It's like 5 tiles left in the wall, so one more draw for each player, +1.
I definitely go Hatsu. I have someone waiting on Hatsu Tanki, GG, whatever. But I don't want to
7
any middle tiles.
pin.
Taking the maximum amount to pawn is what that 7 suggests. Six. That is not it.
Yeah, it's too late. There's not enough draws
You
left.
dare shove the Dora.
I mean, I don't know what the point is. Oh,
And does.
I guess it's the
Fill is
safest
another
tile.
one you just have to do it.
The safest tile she has. I guess if she
Well,
could
the idea is to
pawn.
be able to pawn to
Yeah.
Tempai. You have to be Tempai here.
Yeah.
And she just isn't going to be unless she gets something
This is
very silly.
5 pairs, but it's too late for that as well.
Yeah, that's not happening.
And the last tile. Can't pawn the last tile, unfortunately, even if it is the right tile.
And a disgusted face with no 10. One player tempai waiting on that 3, so ends up getting 3,000 worth more than the hand itself was. And Kimura perfectly fine here with this result. Will be dealer in South 4.
All last.
Expands the gap here between second and third. Of course, Hazuki could come back with a Mangan Sumo because Kimura is final dealer, so the recovery or extra dealer payment would be enough to overtake, but must be Mangan Sumo or Haneman Roan to overtake. Or, of course, direct Mangan Roan.
Right.
Eight one is the Dora. And not a great hand, not a terrible one. This feels Tanyao. You have the 1-3-3-3-3, the 1-3-3-3, but you just feel it's very likely Tanyao. The issue is Tsubaki needs a lot more value than Tanyao.
Well,
Need
that's
Sumo, Tanyao, or a 3, maybe? Hey,
yeah.
pair up. You can even potentially go Honitsu with that. South pair.
Well, Tsubaki is
This
just gonna
calls the
try and get
South.
out of last.
Yeah,
That's her
Tsubaki
move.
says, just get me out of last place. That's good enough.
She actually can't
The one Han
even
is not
do
enough
it
to
on
overtake,
one.
though.
Yeah, it'd have to be direct.
Would Sumo be enough? It would not.
If she gets to 40 fu is like 400, 700,
Yeah, that I believe would be.
1500.
Yeah, 19 with the Homba for sure.
Yeah, it's not impossible for her to get to 40 fu here, especially with these honors in her hand. Well, there goes one terminal. The
357.
yeah, the pair of 9 so if it becomes a triplet, that'll get her to 40 fu. Currently
Is
it
it
is her
ever a
pair
just
though.
get me out of here call?
I don't think so. I don't think you can
I don't think so
last to last.
either,
Not when
but
your
I would
team's in
definitely be
last.
thinking that if I make that call.
I don't think she's gonna make a call a win that leaves her in last place. I think she's at least gonna try and
No.
get third.
Well, that 7 pair up actually leaves a 4-6 shape. It's kind of a hidden one in the pin too. 3.
Ooh,
Onitsu, that's the plan.
that does allow her to get 9 so a little more easily
There's the
as a
call.
triplet. Yep.
Yeah, that was the 5 I was talking about. Hatsu pair up, but the rest of his hand just so slow. Yep, it's Honitsu, that's the play.
So she is going to try and get at Kimura. Problem is,
Miwa
even
Hazuki says, I know
Sumo,
what you're doing, and I'm going to try and go even faster, and I don't need a Honitsu.
yeah, even Sumo is not going to be enough. Mangan Sumo does not overtake Kimura.
Not for Tsubaki.
Yeah, not for Tsubaki, only for Hazuki.
One Riichi stick.
Yeah, one Riichi
If
stick.
it came from Kimura, it would.
Right.
Otherwise, it would not. There's the Chi, now Ishan 10. And 7 is Tempai, waiting 5-8 mon.
Yeah, well, if there is one Riichi stick on the table, Tsubaki and Kimura end up tied after the
Tied,
Honba.
yes.
So they would split the Uma, which I think is still decent for Tsubaki. I think she would take that.
Yeah, well, given where she is now, yes.
Yeah, and there is Kiriage Mangan, so she doesn't have to worry about being a couple 100 points short, couple fu short. But she does need somebody to put a Riichi stick, and it doesn't seem like that's going to happen with all the open calls.
Yeah, 5 clears. Well, the problem with Honitsu is you have to get Tempai first, and seems to be quite stuck on not getting there.
Yeah, it's a little more obvious to the other players, so they're not going to help you out so much.
There's a Sumo, and that's just going to end it. Hazuki says, get me out of here, and on a Dora. So that is Tanyo Dora 1. Ohata, of course, pleased with the result. Kimura, fine with this result. Hazuki is like, I guess I'll take it, but meh.
Yep.
And Tsubaki is just suffering. Ohata, our big winner here, 54.9. Kimura in second with 5.4, but more importantly, the team is in a stranglehold on this group. Tsubaki with the fourth place at minus 37.5, and
Yeah, that is a tough spot for Tsubaki after that game to add another
it just
fourth to
feels
the last
awkward
place.
when you're in this situation and third and fourth, who are just way out of the game, are both scrambling for cheap hands.
Right.
And first and second just kind of sit back. As long as you don't Mangan Suomi, I don't really care, and are more than willing to pay out the 500, 1,000.
All right. So that is game 3, and of course we did promise we would get to all of that game 2 goodness as well as we have our daily recap here. So,
Yeah, well, that's part of the reason they were so far up is Kimura had one game 2.
yes, you can see here plus 41.3. It was a pretty solid win right there, and Suzaku ended up taking the loss with Kamio in 4th. Sakuragawa for Team Mappi.
Suzaku did not do well, and they're the big winners today, 71.8, even with that 4th place in game 2. Definitely a performance that they would have liked, but you also need to bring down Mahjong lovers. That's the issue with this group. They're so far out in front.
Yeah, and they got even higher today with that Kimura win in game 2, and Kimura held out in game 3 to score overall positive on the day. Everyone positive today except Kamikaze Seisakujo, which is pretty big hit.
Again, you don't want to say someone's out, but yeah, they're kind of out.
Yeah, so going into session 7, that would leave them 7, 8, 9, 10, 4 sessions remaining. Sapporo Mahjong lovers at the top with 190.9, Suzaku in second at 33.5, Mappi in third at minus 14, and Kamikaze Seisakujo rounding it out at minus 242.
Suzaku and Mappi have ways back in.
Yes.
You need to go on a run, you need to bring Sapporo, but Kamikaze, this is when you say focus on your individual hope to qualify for that.
Speaking of which, we can take a look at our individual standings here. We've got Mami Ueda, a new name here, up in the top now at plus 216.3. Mariko Satsuki in second at 206.5, and Arisa Ishikawa, who has 7 games, so more than a lot of the players who are up here at 205.2. Our previous leader, Yuri Ichinose, last time we checked on the individual scores, has 8 games now and at 139.3. She's all the way down in 7th. And of course, from Team WRC, as we move to the second set, Jen is currently in 18th with plus 91.4. So definitely still enough to make the individual playoffs if she can keep this up. Segues us nicely into Team WRC, who this week sent out Yumi Uotani. Every team only sent one player. A lot of times when they're not on the TV table, one player will show up for the team and play all 3 games. And we can see
Uotani. May of May's Bar, and Uotani took control of this table with a 69.7. Nice. And just dominated ground queens with a pretty good result here. Had a big hit in the first game though with a minus 44.8, but ended up with around a plus 50.
That's right. And that leaves WRC with a slightly bigger lead. Chiral and I mentioned as we were coming in, WRC started this week about 10 points ahead. So brings them to almost 40 points ahead in their group. So congratulations, Team WRC, holding on to that first place.
Still a few sessions to go, but you'd definitely rather be ahead than behind.
That's
And
right.
you know, this is similar situation as the previous table we talked about. You have it's just kind of inverted. That you have WRC and Ground Queens that are just neck and neck, basically fighting over it. It's one game. Maze Bar is they needed a performance today and didn't get it, so they're starting to fall back. And ML Stadium just kind of feels out of it at this point.
Right. It's a tough spot for them. That being said, that is our show for today. With the unfortunate news of Mr. Maehara's passing, that was at the beginning of the stream, we had presidents of both WRC and USPML, Gemma Sakamoto and Dave Bresnik, here at the beginning to say a few words. There was a video from Jen and Garth of the JPML who got to study under him personally and play in leagues alongside him. They had many great stories to share. So, once again, today's broadcast was dedicated to Mr. Maehara. May he rest in peace. And from all of us here at WRC Commentary, as well as WRC in general, and the USPML, our next broadcast is next week. As long as we don't have any more of these gremlins, but fingers crossed, next week, Thursday, Friday. And we hope you enjoy and come back to see us then. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Hope to see you next week. Bye all.